In the annals of biblical scholarship, few ideas have ignited as much curiosity and debate as the origins of the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible. For centuries, these texts have been studied, analyzed, and interpreted, yet their true genesis remains shrouded in mystery. But what if we were to challenge conventional wisdom and explore an audacious hypothesis? One that links the Pentateuch to an unexpected source, a cultural and philosophical current that emerged centuries after its presumed creation. Enter Russell Gmirkin, a scholar who dared to question the established narrative. His groundbreaking theory posits a connection between the Pentateuch and the Hellenistic world, an era of intellectual ferment, cultural exchange, and conquest that stretched from the Mediterranean to the Middle East. The Hellenistic hypothesis challenges us to look beyond the familiar narratives. It suggests that the Pentateuch, with its intricate legal codes, narrative structure, and conceptual framework, might reflect the influence of the Hellenistic era. As we journey through this documentary, we will unravel the layers of this hypothesis, exploring the evidence, the arguments, and the controversies it has ignited within the scholarly community. Welcome to The Bible Newer Than We Thought.
Today we have Russell Gmirkin joining us, and we're doing a series on his book, Berossus and Genesis, Manetho and Exodus, and of course, it's such a long title, but let me get us started here. Russell Gmirkin is an author. He's the author of Berossus and Genesis, Manetho and Exodus, Hellenistic Histories in the Date of the Pentateuch, and Plato in the Creation of the Hebrew Bible. He's working on another book, and what is the title of that book? And welcome to Myth Vision.
The title of that book is Plato's Timaeus and the Biblical Creation Account. That's the short version.
That's what I was going to ask you. I was going to go, yeah, there's more to that, but yeah.
It's dealing with Genesis 1 through 11, which is also the topic today, and it details how the 7 days of creation, that whole sequence is basically taken from Plato's book on the origins of the uterus called Timaeus. And also Genesis 2 through 3, where another god called Yahweh is wandering around the garden and doing things. That also comes from Timaeus. So they aren't really two separate creation accounts. It's Timaeus had his divided into 2 parts also, with the creator of the cosmos and then these dinky little terrestrial gods who created mortal life and things like that. So it's going to be really groundbreaking and fun. And it goes beyond what I wrote in Berossus and Genesis, but I think Berossus and Genesis still holds up.
This will be an interesting show, I think a pivotal point in our, if you will, in this series of videos based on your book, Berossus and Genesis, Manetho and Exodus, because we're going to get a sneak peek into this upcoming book as well as delve with the existing content you've already created. And we're going to be dealing with the chapter, specifically Berossus and Genesis. So are you interested? I have to ask you guys a question. Are you interested in the dating of the Hebrew Bible? Most scholars believe the Hebrew Bible was constructed hundreds of years before the Septuagint, sometime around Ezra or Josiah, using historiography and historiographical reasoning, and believe it was made up of 4 sources, J, E, P, and D. This is called the documentary hypothesis. But what if the Hebrew Bible wasn't as old as we suppose? In this series, Russell Gmirkin will give us a case where the Hebrew Bible was developed, so to speak, 5 minutes before the Septuagint Greek translation was written in Alexandria. Could the Hebrew Bible be a Hellenistic work? And are there problems with the documentary hypothesis? We will wrestle with this in Berossus and Genesis, Manetho and Exodus. How do we begin this? Because there seems to be most people who are critical scholars will say, look, we see that there's a backdrop to the Mesopotamian, the Babylonian myths, and Genesis is using that backdrop. And then we can go from there. So if you would like to comment on that, then we can move forward into details that I think are interesting and notes that I took while reading that we can cover.
Certainly. Well, scholars have noted for a long time that the early chapters use materials that are Babylonian or Sumerian or from ancient Mesopotamia. There's the flood story. There's the 10 generations before the flood. Some people have said the creation account was based on Enuma Elish. So there's a strong case for Babylonian influence. But the question is, when? When did these Babylonian sources come to the attention of the authors of the biblical material? Now, the prevailing paradigm has said that the whole Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Bible, are relatively ancient, written during the monarchy and the Babylonian period and the Persian period. Basically, when Judea was within the ancient Near East, per se. I hold that it was written later, after Alexander the Great took over the East, conquered, and so it's a paradox that there's these ancient Babylonian sources used in Genesis, and yet they might date to the Greek Hellenistic period. And the reason why that's possible is because there was an author named Berossus, who was a Babylonian priest in the Temple of Marduk, and he wrote around 280 BC. That's just 10 years before the Septuagint translation. And he wrote a book called the Babyloniaca, or, the history of Babylon. And he brought all these cuneiform traditions to the attention of the wider Greek world, including the flood story, creation story. All of this became available in Greek to everyone in the whole Mediterranean world during the Hellenistic era. So you have these Babylonian sources,
right,
but they were published way late, after the time of Alexander the Great.
And so this is the dispute in this chapter that you go into, issues that we find are, and it goes down to some details, like which versions. There's different versions of the flood myths from Mesopotamia, and some date later, like you said, and finding out where they're pulling their source from, the Bible, is going to indicate often what you're suggesting, a dating mechanism in which we could say there's no way, for example, and this is one of the later notes that we get into, there's parts of the Tower of Babel myth that come from something that we know was written by 600. We have no evidence of it before that. So how can we have a 9th and 10th century source claiming that the biblical authors are writing Genesis using this narrative when we know that it's written at 600? So at least it needs to be later than that. And this is the minimalist approach. So that's just one example. We'll actually get into that example as we go on. I think I'll start us off with number one. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me because this is such a broad topic. It's difficult for me to I could throw basic questions out there, but I want to give you details that I have excerpts from his book that I'll read. And I'll try to be as quick with brevity so that we can have Russell do the discussing. Only Genesis and Berossus also mention the creation of animals. Enuma Elish omitted this detail. Enuma Elish would be old, very old. An interesting feature of the Genesis account is that all created animal life reproduced after its own kind. This was emphasized in the point of repetition. This may represent a specific polemic against the Mesopotamian tradition that the earliest animals included monsters of a composite nature: man birds, man goats, man horses, man fish, dog horses, and many other amazing creatures that had the appearance of two different animals combined. These composite creatures figured prominently in Berossus, in Enuma Elish, and in the Mesopotamian sculpture. If the Genesis creation of animals reproducing after their kind was a polemic against Mesopotamian literature, this suggests an awareness of Berossus by the author of Genesis 1 to 11. Would you be interested in commenting on this?
I really find these composite creatures, which are kind of like centaurs that are half human and half horse, I find them fascinating.
You should see my waist down, you know.
No, I shouldn't. Please, well,
I'm just teasing.
I don't even want to think about that.
I have horse legs. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what I hear. The Babylonian creation myths are filled with all sorts of fantastical creatures and yeah, half this, half that. Battles between Marduk and Tiamat, who was goddess of chaos. You know, Marduk slew her and used her body to create the heaven and earth. He split it into, propped it up with seashells, and you know, and then we have the universe. So that's the kind of story quality that these Mesopotamian myths have. Berossus kind of toned all that down because he was aiming for a more sophisticated, urbane, cosmopolitan, educated Greek world. He didn't really much these strange and exotic creatures. The creation account resembles Berossus more in that respect. Berossus was kind of halfway between the Babylonians and the Greeks. Now, as far as reproducing after their kind, I have since discovered that this was also a theme in Plato's Timaeus. So there may be a more direct Timaeus link than Berossus, but certainly this does not follow these ancient, exotic Mesopotamian creation myth stories. So I guess that's my comment for the moment.
Interesting. All right. Second comment I'd like to make, and these are excerpts from your book. Some of this stuff is notes for me. You can tell the difference usually. According to Genesis 2:2-3, after the creation of the universe in 6 days, God rested from his labors on the seventh day, the Sabbath. It is widely believed that this Sabbath of the gods was dependent on Mesopotamian traditions. According to the Atrahasis epic, after the universe was created, the gods had to do all the manual work, digging canals and raising crops. The labor of the gods was so excessive that they were ready to revolt until Enki, or Marduk in Enuma Elish, created humans to bear the load of the gods. Once primeval humans were created and the toil of the gods was imposed on them, the gods could be at leisure. In Genesis 2:15, humans were created to tend to God's garden in Eden, in accordance to Mesopotamian ideas. Given Berossus's extensive excerpts from Enuma Elish and his probable knowledge of a flood story related to the Atrahasis epic, it is likely that he also explained the purpose of humanity's creation as giving the gods rest from their labors, in a passage not preserved by Alexander Polyhistor. Anyway, I think it's interesting just to make point that the people who, there's a guy who's I guess a lot of experts say, and you probably know who this is, he butchers the Sumerian and the Akkadian text to make it say that these aliens came to Earth, created humans to dig for gold for them and stuff. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Is this Sitchin? Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
But I don't want to get lost on that.
No, let's not.
Yeah, I just figured I'd say, like, this is real scholarship we're talking about here and why the gods made humans. The gods used to have to work their butts off and they were getting sick of it. So they made humans to tend to the earth and the labors of what the gods once did. This sounds just like Adam, tending the Garden of Eden. And so would you comment on this some?
Yeah, there may be some Mesopotamian influence there. Adam evidently didn't have to work very hard, though, because when he was cursed, then he had to go out and toil with the sweat of his brow, and there were thorns that grew up, and agricultural became much more difficult. There is an echo of Mesopotamian myths there. Adam was initially, he was taken from the land of Eden outside the garden. Evidently, the garden itself was a pleasure palace of fruit trees and wonderful things. And outside was where the arable agricultural land was, where they would till the ground. And he was taken from there and put in the garden and tend to the fruit trees and things like that. So, yeah, he was God's worker or subservient, and there's definitely some echoes of Mesopotamia there.
Do you find any Timaeus connections to the Garden of Eden, or not really? Not in that particular source?
Yeah, there's quite a bit, actually. Well, not so much Timaeus.
Okay.
But Timaeus had a sequel. First, there was Timaeus, which was a conversation between Socrates, an Italian cosmographer and astronomer named Timaeus, and another individual named Critias. Well, the whole object of this conversation was Critias wanted to tell this marvelous tale of the continent of Atlantis and how the ancient Athenians battled with Atlantis and conquered them, and it's this glorious deed in ancient times. So as a prequel, Socrates asked Timaeus, could you cover where the universe came from and the gods? Let's get that out of the way first, and then that'll kind of set the stage for the tale in Critias. So anyway, moving forward to Critias and the story of Atlantis. Well, Atlantis was a paradise with lush trees and temples and streams. It's pretty evident that the description of the Garden of Eden came from Plato's book called Critias.
Yeah, I had a question actually recently where someone asked me, can you ask Dr. Price about connections to Atlantis and Genesis? So you're actually going to be the guy we need to go to about this particular subject matter, and I'll make a hell of a thumbnail for that kind of show. So thank you for answering that. This is my notes, reading about Tiamat and Marduk. I think it's interesting to point out Tiamat equals the moon, Marduk equals the sun. The moon ruled the night and the sun ruled the day. This is a common trope, of course, among different mythologies, Egyptian mythology, various mythologies. However, seeing they have utilized Mesopotamian mythology as a polemic against Mesopotamian mythology, but also invoking their myth to their own creation narrative, I'd like to hear you comment on that, Tiamat and Marduk, with the Mesopotamian connections, but also if you have any added sneak peeks, I'm all ears.
So you have the story of the battle of Tiamat and Marduk. Tiamat was this dragon-like, watery, chaotic creature in primordial times. And Marduk was the new god in town. He decided that he wanted to become the leader of the gods. The council of the gods elected him, and he led this battle against Tiamat. So that was the original creation myth of the Enuma Elish, where Marduk defeated Tiamat and constructed out of her corpse. The idea that Marduk was the sun and Tiamat was a watery darkness, that is kind of an allegorical interpretation that Berossus imposed on the original story. There are some Babylonian references to Marduk as light or the sun or things like that, but he went full on allegory, and he said that when this bizarre creation story says that Marduk slew Tiamat, what that meant was that it's really talking about how the world began in darkness and chaos and water, and how the light came in and defeated the darkness. So he took this myth and turned it into a Greek cosmology. He spruced it up with science by means of his allegorical method. But now what's interesting is, in doing so, he said that the Babylonians had the world start out in darkness and water. Genesis 1 verse 2, which said that the earth was without form and void, and darkness covered the face of the deep. So you have the darkness and the watery oceans in Genesis 1 verse 2. In Berossus, you have Tiamat being water and darkness. But that was not in the original Enuma Elish. So the version that Berossus had is actually closer to Genesis than the cuneiform original. Now this has really messed with scholars, because why does Moses resemble Genesis 1 verse 2 so much? Well, they said, there's only one conceivable explanation. This is a Jewish interpolation into Berossus, like Berossus' history of Babylon. And somehow the Jews got a hold of it, and they made some changes here and there. And that's the only version that came down to Alexander Polyhistor, and that's the type we have today. They said it had to have happened that way because we know the Enuma Elish didn't have darkness and water. This sounds like Genesis. We know that Genesis is really old. He's way before Berossus. So Berossus must be indirectly utilizing Genesis by means of these Jewish editors, these redactors, which is all a bunch of nonsense. And it's based on the idea that Genesis is this ancient Near Eastern text,
right?
Instead of being written after the time of Berossus, in which case there's no problem. These guys were reading Berossus. They saw dark and water, and they used it. They went with it. No problem at all. So it's a matter of it's one of the good chronological clues that the Book of Genesis is a lot younger than people imagine. It's younger than 280 BC at the earliest.
So this is an interesting part to mention prior to moving to our next issue. What we have is early church fathers actually point out this very thing, and they say Berossus, they're known for this. So did Josephus, the Jewish apologist, the Christian apologist. Berossus borrowed from Genesis, which then makes Genesis older than Berossus, which is why a lot of this stuff looks like it. Can you make a quick comment on church fathers that might have done this and their reasoning behind it?
Yeah, and it's any time that the Bible resembled other documents, whether Manetho or Berossus or Plato. Well, Moses, he wrote the first 5 books of Moses in 1450 BC. And that's older than Plato and Manetho and Berossus and all the rest, according to Josephus and the church fathers and everyone who bought into the kind of fundamentalist reading of the Bible that everyone adopted back then. So clearly, Berossus must have copied from Genesis if there are passages in the two that are so closely related. And that's something very common. You see that argument used over and over again. Nobody back then imagined that the biblical books were as young as they were. They accepted biblical claims about the authors and dates of the biblical texts. And this wasn't just the Jews. This was Greeks and Romans, pagans. Everybody just kind of bought into the idea that the Bible, and especially the books of Moses, were really ancient. And they made their inferences from there. But now we finally know better. We know that Genesis was a young book. The Pentateuch borrowed on all sorts of older Greek and Babylonian and Egyptian texts. So it's a new paradigm. It's a new way of looking at things.
Okay. Can you comment? And by the way, while I'm doing this, I'm actually trying to kind of educate people who may not know this stuff that well. I know I didn't, and even reading your book, I learned so much. So I had picked up on this, the Garden of Eden you wrote, and this is a note. Of course, you cover a lot more on this in your book, being a polemic against the Sumerian flood story arts of civilization idea. Can you go into detail of what's going on here with the teaching the arts and the Apkallu, the sages, and what's going on, the polemic that's being here, if you will, between these two accounts, or more than two accounts, if it depends on where you want to say they got their sources. And also, is there any connection to the Greeks in this?
Yes, the both the Greeks and the Mesopotamians had their own, I guess you could say, competing stories about the origins of human knowledge, inventions of all types. In the Greek world, the most famous is that of Prometheus. Prometheus was a titan. He was one of the gods. Humans were so miserable, naked, pathetic creatures, living in caves, defenseless. So he had pity on these poor humans, and he stole fire from Zeus and gave it to the humans. He arts of slings, building, and fabrics, and all the arts of civilization came from Prometheus. And as a reward, Zeus had him crucified, nailed, or chained to the rocks of Mount Caucasus for about 1,000 years because he didn't want humans getting a hold of divine knowledge. And he took it quite personally. Now, in the Babylonian world, 7 creatures called Apkallu, who were half human and half fish. There's lots of pictures of them, statues and inscriptions. The upper half of their body is human, and they have kind of a fish head on top. And then the lower part is a fish with scales and fins, and it's one of those composite creatures we're talking about. They taught humanity all the arts of civilization because very similar to the Greeks, humans were helpless without this divine knowledge. And the first one, first off, these 7 Apkallu, a lot of people have compared them to the first 7 generations in Genesis that ended with Enoch, the 7th, who has been compared to the last 7 famous Apkallu. But the first of these Apkallu was named Oannes in Berossus, Oanadapa in other sources. And he is the one who taught the very first humans about kingship and building cities and all sorts of technology. And in a lot of ways, this creature, this Apkallu, sent from above, he very much resembles the serpent in Genesis who brings knowledge to humans. And I talked about that a bit in my chapter on Berossus here.
I have, let me read you some. I hope your voice holds out. It always does this. It's like the curse of Lambert.
Me too. Every time. It is.
It is such a curse. In fact, we're in the Genesis narrative. Obviously, it's a curse right now. He's laboring to keep his voice. So Adam and Eve, goddess, courtesan, if you will, and Enkidu. I want to read something from his book for everybody that I find interesting, and then maybe you make a comment and we'll keep moving, because there's a lot of stuff that is just so fascinating people should read, even if they don't, let's say, conclude your dating, even though that's your purpose. If you haven't read these stories or you don't know about these parallels, this is an absolutely wonderful book to do this. So the parallels between Enkidu and Adam, the courtesan and Eve. Am I saying that right, courtesan?
Yeah.
Okay. They have long been noted. The subsequent adventures of Gilgamesh and Enkidu slaying the monster Humbaba, guardian of the forest of Lebanon, the great bull of heaven, and the lions of the other wild animals as well, eventually migrated to the Greek world as the labors of Hercules. Gilgamesh and Enkidu soon became a nuisance to the gods by killing their monsters, chopping down the gods' cedars in Lebanon, and so forth. Here we have a probable parallel in Genesis 6, 2-5, which speaks of the sons of God cohabiting with the daughters of men and the troublesome violence of their gigantic offspring. It was therefore decreed that one of them should die, despite their being offspring of the gods. The gods chose between Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Enkidu fell tragically ill and died. The sequel closely parallels the story of Cain and Abel. Gilgamesh was so saddened by the death of his brother Enkidu and distraught at the idea of his own mortality, he became a wanderer, walking from land to land, clad in his lion's skin, like Hercules, in exile from Thebes. In one passage of the Gilgamesh epic, a barmaid locked the doors to keep Gilgamesh out, fearing from his strange appearance and expression that he was a murderer. It is conceivable that in some earlier version of the story, Gilgamesh slew Enkidu, and for this reason went into exile. All this was echoed in the biblical account of Cain's wandering from the murder of Abel. At the second, that's so powerful, by the way. At the end of his wanderings in the east, Gilgamesh reached the waters at the ends of the world, the Persian Gulf, and commissioned a boat to take him to the island of paradise at the mouth of the rivers to seek out the secret of immortality. There, Gilgamesh found Utnapishtim and his wife, the heroes of the flood, living in paradise, immortal. They told him the story of the deluge, the flood, and their survival in the ark, and their later translation to paradise. They promised to share with him the secret of immortality if he could stay awake for 7 days. But notice the 7 here again. But Gilgamesh fell into a deep sleep, failing the test. So Gilgamesh was sent away from paradise, but first was given the plant of life, which if he ate would give him immortality. But before he had a chance to consume it, a snake slithered in and ate the plant of life, stealing the gift of immortality. The ancients believed that snakes were immortal, reborn each time they shed their skin. That was an interesting note I put in there. So Gilgamesh was forever barred from paradise and lost his chance to live forever. The parallels with the story of the Garden of Eden, the Tree of Life, and the expulsion from paradise are well known. Care to comment?
Well, I love studying literatures from different societies. These were some really fascinating comparisons with Mesopotamian myths. And I do the same with the Greeks. I've done the same with the Egyptians. There's not there. Most of the biblical material seem to come from Mesopotamia or from Greece. Yeah, I think that some of this plot came from the Gilgamesh epic, the rivalries between Gilgamesh and Enkidu. There were actually other traditions that seem to show that the whole line from Adam down to Noah may have been giant, may have been semi-divine creatures. That's in the pseudepigrapha, and so we won't really get into that. That's a book down the line from me, where I deal with some of the Enoch tradition. Take a look at Genesis 1-11 from that perspective. It's really important to examine all the comparative data from all the potentially influencing civilizations on the biblical text, not to assume that it's only Mesopotamian or that it's only really ancient. It's really a detective story. Yeah, my analysis with Cain and Abel, that was fun to research. I think I noticed a few things that no one else have. It hasn't really been picked up by the literature, but I'm glad that you enjoyed it.
I always enjoy that kind of stuff, like finding out, like, is there a source previous? Like, we're going to get into the Tower of Babel. I was shocked to even hear the poem that you describe in there. I've asked plenty of scholars that I've interviewed so far, and they just don't know where that might have like the potential origin for such a tradition. But we're going to get into that. Let's talk about the serpent, the slippery little sneaky guy who's equated with the devil in Christian lore. However, the serpent in its origin, just like Berossus looking at his origin myths of the Mesopotamians, the Sumerians, if you will, he allegorizes a lot of things. So we're trying to get to the source of where maybe the polemics are coming from and what's the point here. So the serpent, a very interesting example of polemics in Genesis, not previously noted by those investigating Mesopotamian influences on Genesis 1 through 11, that's chapters 1 through 11, was the transformation of the Apkallu Oannes. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Oannes, or
right, Oannes, yeah.
Oannes,
Oanadop, all sorts of, yeah.
Okay. Of the Apkallu Oannes into the serpent of the Garden of Eden. The serpent of Genesis 3 was very unusual, an unusual creature. The serpent had the capability of speech, carried on conversations with humans. He was the wisest of all the animals and the agent by which primitive humans acquired the knowledge of the gods. Apparently, the serpent initially had legs and could walk. For at Genesis 3:14, God's curse on the serpent was that he would henceforth crawl on his belly in the dust. The parallels with the Apkallu Oannes are evident. Oannes, who was half human and half fish, could, like the serpent of Genesis, walk and speak. So would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, there were Oannes, the half fish, half human, is an interesting character. After I wrote Berossus and Genesis, though, I noted another interesting parallel to Babylonia and Assyria. There's a creature that's depicted all over the front gates and walls of the palace at Nineveh, I believe. And it is half dragon, sort of serpent, and it's got horns, and it has legs. It's kind of a walking serpent. It's possible that that imagery may have also influenced the biblical account. There's also a little bit of an echo of Timaeus, though, Plato's Timaeus, when he described serpents as the lowest of all creatures because they didn't have legs and they had to wiggle on the ground. So in Plato's myth, he said that if you were human and you were really, really good, then your soul could go up into the earth. But if you were bad, then you would be reincarnated in another life form, a lower life form such as women. He was a bit of a misogynist. Or else a little bit below that were birds or animals with legs, or fishes they didn't even have legs, they were down in the water. Clams were below them, but really the lowest were these serpents because they didn't have any legs. You could get demoted to being one of these legless serpents in Plato's scheme. So there could be an echo of Plato there also.
Interesting.
Especially since he also talked about eating the fruit of the tree as a sexual metaphor. So there's a couple specific echoes in Genesis 2 through 3 from Plato's Timaeus.
That's very interesting you say that. I want to rabbit trail off my notes here because I think it's always more it's more unique whenever sometimes I just go with what I feel and not just notes. In the older Mesopotamian literature, it's clearly indicating sexual knowledge that is making them wise. However, it doesn't equate it with eating of a fruit. It doesn't say that, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. So this is where Timaeus or a Greek source would find its way in, mingling with an older Mesopotamian source, correct?
Yes. So probably what you have in the writing of Genesis 1 through 11, which is a kind of a sub-document within Genesis, you have some people who are educated in the Greek classics. They're educated in Plato, but they may have been Babylonians who were writing this material. Now, when I say they were Babylonians, that's going to maybe shock some of the viewers because everyone says, well, the authors of the books of Moses were Jewish, right? Well, first off, not necessarily, because the books of Moses talk about 12 tribes of Israel. 10 of them are from northern Israel, what we would call Samaria, and only one of them was Judah, the Jews. So there's a lot of evidence that the Samaritans had a large role in writing the books of Moses. Add to that the fact that in around 720 BC, Samaria was conquered by the Assyrians, became an Assyrian province, and they deported all the educated ruling elites out of Samaria, and they brought in a bunch of rebellious Babylonians in their place. So Samaria became a Babylonian colony. And these were educated ruling elites. They were the smartest ruling class people brought into this Assyrian province. Well, what happened to them? Did they just disappear? Did they evaporate? You know, scholars say, well, they integrated with the local Israelites and disappeared from here. No, they didn't. Every educated group, every ruling group in history, they try and preserve themselves, preserve their traditions, because that's what gives them the edge, the power. So you have this Babylonian community or stratum of Samaritan elites who persisted clear down through the Babylonian period, the Persian period, and into the Hellenistic period. And these were the smartest people. They were the most literate people, and they helped write the books of Moses, among other parts of the Bible. So that's why you have this really incredible Babylonian outlook to Genesis. Not only in these first 11 chapters, where you have lots of Babylonian myths, and where the authors loved the Babylonica of Berossus. That was like the favorite book. But then you later have Abraham, who comes from Babylonia. Really? Yeah. The ancestors of the Jews didn't come from Judea. They didn't come from the land of Israel or Canaan. They came from Babylonia. Why would you say that if your people had lived there forever? Well, these were actual Babylonians. They did come from Babylon. They came and colonized parts of the area, and they wrote their national history into the book of Genesis. So that's why you get a lot of this Babylonian material in Genesis, and that's kind of a new paradigm for who are these biblical authors. You know, first off, not necessarily Jews. A lot of it probably Samaritan, and when you're talking Samaritan, you're talking Babylonian.
Ooh. This is good. This is good because we're going to get into something you mentioned in this chapter about this and someone who's written on this topic. So the Samaritan, let's detour for a second, and we're coming back in a sense as we jab into new material that you discussed in this chapter. Sumerian Kings List. Genesis 5, 3 through 32 listed 10 generations of patriarchs before the flood, ending with Noah. The pre-deluge generations before the flood were extraordinary long-lived, suggesting comparison with the 10 kings before the flood in Berossus. Now, the interesting thing you mentioned, and I guess it'll be important to jab at, most people don't realize that in the 10 king list of Berossus, which is a later, he is, once again, we're talking a Babylonian priest who's translating the Akkadian, potentially other Sumerian languages into the Greek language. He lists 10 kings, and what we have is 10 patriarchs in the Bible. But the older versions of this don't necessarily have 10 kings. There's 9 and there's 8 and there's different numbers that don't really come to this 10 thing, which kind of indicates, is Berossus the source? Can you explain the kings list connection to Berossus and not the older Sumerian list just briefly?
10 kings in Berossus before the flood, who they lived tens of thousands of years long. They were really, really long-lived.
That's historically accurate, right? No, I'm just kidding.
That is, it's in a cuneiform document that's practically contemporary. It's better documented than other documents I could talk about. So, yeah. So they've noted the striking resemblance, and they noted that from Berossus before they started to find the originals behind Berossus, this Sumerian king list. Now, this is Sumeria with a U. It's not Sumeria, the Northern Kingdom, just for the viewers. Sumer is where civilization began. It was in existence before Babylonia, before Assyria. They had their own language. They had all sorts of traditions. And they had this tradition about how there were 10 kings before the flood. And they were really, they lived a long time. So biblical scholars said, wow, that same tradition here. But then the cuneiform originals started showing up, and there were only 7 kings. No, there were 8. No, there were 9. You know, it's only when you come down to Berossus that there's 10. Mm-hmm. So it could be a little bit earlier than that because he was working with some sort of source. But the other one, 600 or 700 BC, I believe, they had the wrong number of kings. Now, there's another striking parallel. The 7th of these 10 kings was a king named Gmirkin. And he was a very special individual because he got to heaven, basically. He went before the gods in heaven, and they gave him divine wisdom. He became the first diviner. He was instructed by some of those Akalu that we were talking about. A lot of the Assyrian and Babylonian wisdom literature, scholarly literature, they say traces back to this number 7 guy, Gmirkin. Well, he's in the exact same position as Enoch in the 7 out of 10 patriarchs before the flood. And you'll recall Enoch also was related to the presence of God. He walked with God. In the pseudepigrapha especially, they talk about him receiving all these divine secrets and traditions. Mm-hmm. The Enoch literature is to him, all sorts of prophecies. So you have number 7 was this wise figure who went to the gods. And so that's a very, very striking parallel that's in Berossus. He's not number 7 in some of those earlier lists. So all of this shows that, yeah, it's a very ancient tradition. The Sumerian king list. It's not even written in Akkadian, it's written in Sumerian. So where did the Jews or Samaritans get a hold of this esoteric cuneiform text that was only found in temple libraries guarded by Babylonian priests? Where did they get it? How did they learn how to read cuneiform? And okay, fine, they can read cuneiform, they can read Akkadian, fine, we'll give them that ridiculousness. How did they learn Sumerian exactly, which was a dead language that had not been spoken for 1,000 years, and that only the super scholarly Babylonians, educated elites, knew how to read that? You know, just exactly how did these Jews get a hold of this strange ancient text in a dead language and decide, hey, I'm going to copy that into my version of Genesis? It doesn't make any sense. But what does make sense is it got translated into Greek. It's in this Greek book, Berossus, in 280 BC. Everybody read Greek then. Certainly all the ruling class people did. You speak Greek with the Ptolemies or the Seleucids or whoever is ruling Judea or Samaria at the time. So it was very accessible. It was written in Greek, and that's where they get it from. That's part of the argument I have in my Berossus book.
Let me take a devil's advocate jab to see what you have to say. From what I understand, Babylonia obviously conquered and ruled the Jews, which is Israel, if you will. And I don't mean it in the strange northern kingdom sense, so to speak, but regardless, we know they conquered Judea at least. Do you think it's and when did that happen? We're talking 600 BC. Say that again.
586 BC. 586 is when Nebuchadnezzar actually conquered Judea twice, but in 586 is when he destroyed the temple and took the royal family and priests captive, and that was the definitive end of the kingdom of Judah. So that's when it happened.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that the best explanation for dating this particular myth, Genesis myth story, no earlier than the conquering of Babylon and no later than the date that you actually put? So the people who are saying 9th, 10th century BC, it's like, wouldn't it be more common sense to say, look, all right, we know that the Babylonians at least conquered Judea. And if you want to say that they mingled with the scribes and learned some of their lore, and they came to some common ground of learning each other's language or something, it at least needed to happen after 586. Would you say?
One would think. There is also the theory, way before there was a Judah or an Israel as kingdoms, the Babylonians had conquered part of that region when 1400s BC, a long time ago. So they conquered part of Canaan. So maybe the Canaanites got a hold of the Gilgamesh epic, and for some reason they liked the Sumerian king list, and they got all these documents, and we don't have any evidence of this, but maybe they had this collection of Babylonian traditions. So they passed it down, and eventually the Jews got them, or Judeans got them from the local Canaanites.
That's what I was going to say.
There's so many steps in between. And the thing is, they've looked at all these Babylonian, Mesopotamian traditions, and there's not a shadow of a hint of Canaanite influence on any of them. You don't find any Canaanite rulers or there's no trace. It's just pure, undiluted Mesopotamian traditions. So I point that out in my book, that that's just not viable. But then the alternative is, after 586 BC, they were conquered by the Babylonians. They went into captivity, and then they decided, we're going to take all of these Babylonian traditions and write them into our Bible. For instance, they're going to decide. The same explanation was given to the laws of Hammurabi and why they're in the Pentateuch, and other such things, that somehow they were exposed to them. That Hammurabi was around 1500 BC. Somehow they were exposed to them and preserved all this time, and eventually written into the Pentateuch. That doesn't work either. So now there's the theory that when they went into captivity, they come up with the laws of Hammurabi. They come on all these Babylonian traditions, and they said, listen, we're going to write down the laws of Moses. Let's use some of these laws of Hammurabi and pass them off as Moses. And nobody will know the difference. There's just no evidence that the people in the Babylonian exile were literate, they were scholars, they were writing literature, they had access to all these esoteric Babylonian traditions and law collections. They have documents from the Babylonian exile in Babylon, and the people there were not producing literature. They were polytheistic. You know, they were worshiping Babylonian gods alongside with Yahweh. You can tell that by their names. They were just grunts. They were working their farms, and they were so not a scribal culture that when they had legal documents, they would have a Babylonian write them up for them. They didn't even have their own scribes for their marriage certificates or financial transactions. So, you know, it's just been this hypothesis that the Jews got a hold of Babylonian traditions, either, you know, way over 1,000 years BC, before the time of David and
Right.
Solomon, or else during captivity, they took on all these Babylonian traditions and they said, okay, we're going to rewrite Genesis. We're going to say that, you know, right now we're in exile from Judea. We're living in Babylon. Well, we're going to say that our ancestors were actually in exile from Babylon, which is where we're living now, and they colonized Judea. I mean, it's just, it's
Yeah, you
a
can
bunch
see
of
where
scholarly hypothesis.
I want everybody to kind of see the tension. Of course, this is the kind of pokes that the scholars are doing at the minimalist approach that that Russell's bringing up here. And this is just why I asked, because I knew you would give this explanation. Let's move forward. What are some of the weak points of dating the parallels to the Gilgamesh flood stories compared to Berossus? What parallels are there between the flood myths and the Gilgamesh epic tablet 11? So I guess if I could read this little excerpt, I think this kind of applies to it. Certain features are common to both the Gilgamesh epic and Berossus, but lacking in Genesis. The flood hero was warned in a dream. Friends or craftsmen were brought aboard the ark along with provisions. The flood lasted only briefly. The flood hero was translated into the company of the gods. And this is interesting. A detail better paralleled in Genesis by Enoch than by Noah. So in the Gilgamesh epic, you have someone's translated to the company of the gods, which Enoch does, not Noah. Such details are not useful in determining whether Genesis 6-9 bears a closer relationship to Berossus or the Gilgamesh epic tablet 11. The same comment applies to other features which are different in all three accounts: the dimensions of the ark, the name of the Armenian mountain on which the ark rested, and the name of the flood hero. How would you handle that? Or if you will, can you comment on what we just discussed there?
Sure. Well, for one thing, since I wrote Berossus and Genesis, they've discovered a new fragment of the Gilgamesh epic that describes the ark as round. It was a round boat, kind of like the round reed boats that have been used on the Euphrates River. It's a type of boat they have there. So there's another difference. There's the Mesopotamian aspects that are, some of them are very strikingly the same. For instance, releasing ravens at the end of and doves at the end of the story to see if the waters had receded. You know, that's very striking. It shows that there is some kind of a dependence. On the other hand, you know, the reason for the flood is strikingly different. In the Gilgamesh epic or in the different Mesopotamian flood stories, it's the noisy neighbors. That humans were making so much noise down there. First, they created humans so they could do all the work. And now they're making so much noise that the gods can't rest like they wanted. They can't sleep because of those party people, you know, next door. Well, next door is actually below below heaven or whatever. But so they're like, we gotta do something about this. We can't call the cops. I know what. We'll send a flood and wipe everybody out. So that was the reason that they gave, which is a bit different. In the Bible, it's a matter of ethics. The humans became progressively more violent and wicked, and their imaginations turned to wickedness all the time. The only ancient parallel to that is Plato. It's the story of Atlantis, where because these Atlanteans, the royal family of Atlantis, they started out righteous because they were marrying the gods, right? I mean, the god Poseidon knocked up this beautiful girl in his land, and she had 5 pairs of twins. 2 of them were Atlas, and I forget the other one. Anyway, Atlas was the eldest, so he was obviously a giant, like in Book of Genesis. And they started out because they were half gods. Their rule was righteous, but they kept on intermarrying with these humans. All these human women were evidently irresistible. So generation by generation, you start out being half God, and then you're 1/4 God, and then you're 1/8. And down the line, they were just like regular humans. So of course they were violent and ambitious and greedy and unrighteous, you could say. And they planned to invade the Mediterranean and conquer Greece and all the civilized world, which was a bad, wicked thing. So Zeus decided we have to punish these people for their own good and take this righteous race and set it back on the right track. And so he sent rain, floods, earthquake that sank Atlantis and much of the world. And so in Plato, it turns into this big ethical story about a just God who has to wipe out most of humanity because of some wicked doings. So that is the striking parallel, where there's this Greek Platonic tradition that kind of gets overlaid onto this Babylonian story. And you've got a little mix there. But I hadn't read Critias and Plato at the time I wrote Berossus, so I only had kind of half the picture.
It's interesting too that you noting these similarities, even in the older myths that the Greeks are using here, especially Plato. And I say Greeks as in like Berossus is also using these older myths and stuff. So it's not like a single guy doing one thing. But what I noticed is, if I'm not mistaken, Gilgamesh is 2/3 God, or he is like
Yes.
2/3 a god. And so like there is this idea that like you will, if you mix anymore, you're going to start becoming less divine. And just a common note that I took was these older narratives actually allow for the gods to die. Later mythologies kind of have like an immortality. The Mesopotamian gods can actually perish, like Tiamat being destroyed to create the earth. We have the same thing with Leviathan, I think, in the biblical narrative is a god dragon type figure similar to Tiamat, being destroyed to create the world and whatnot. Anyway, moving on. That was well said, though, and I love hearing about Atlantis and the Greek source and Zeus, and I love how you just kind of bring in multiple things, because that's the shocking new information you're not going to hear anywhere else, and only coming from you sourcing this, and it's going to be in your book. How does the source, and this is where we're getting into interesting ground here on the Tower of Babel, like I said at the beginning, that not many scholars know or talk about this, but How does the source of the Tower of Babel change the dating game for the Genesis account? For example, Nabopolassar and the older Esagila, I think I'm saying that right, or Isagila.
Mhm.
Can you explain the difference there and why there's a dating issue? Why you believe the dating puts it later, so to speak?
Yes, well, there's a story. First off, the Tower of Babel was a ziggurat, which is a seven-tiered building in Babylon that housed the temple of the gods. You ascended up these levels. It was kind of like ascending to heaven. Everyone recognizes that this is a Babylonian architectural model, and that, that this is some kind of weird Babylonian tradition. No scholar has said this is where they got it from. But I pointed out in my book that this story of the Tower of Babel and being destroyed, that it probably came from a poem called the Poem of Era, which was very entertaining. I was
going to ask you too if I could read that, or do you want to read it? It's up
go
to
ahead.
You.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, because this is so powerful. I mean, this is what blew my mind, ladies and gentlemen, on a parallel to the Tower of Babel. I have never heard anyone say, oh, it's this, oh, it's that. And like definitive, even scholars have said, like Dr. Price says, look, I'm not sure where the parallel is. I think this is it. And Russell has this here, particularly in the book. The Poem of Era. The Mesopotamian source of the Tower of Babel story appears to have been the Poem of Era, which described both the flood and later destruction of Babylon in a second catastrophe of comparable severity. The Poem of Era was a very popular work, enjoying even a wider circulation in the first millennium BCE than the Gilgamesh epic. According to this poem, the flood occurred when Marduk, lord of the gods, was angered at humankind and rose from his royal throne. A cosmic catastrophe ensued, affecting both heaven and earth, and floodwaters destroyed most of the humankind as well as the city of Babylon. Marduk himself was drenched and his royal attire darkened and ruined. Marduk built his house, i.e. his temple at Babylon, and returned to his temple throne, but his government was inadequate due to the condition of his royal garments. The Apkallu sages, who alone were competent to create a new splendid idol of Marduk for the temple, had been sent to the underworld. Marduk therefore planned to leave his throne again to descend to the underworld to have his royal attire restored. Despite the second catastrophe that would inevitably ensue in his absence, the world would be ruled by Era, the Mesopotamian god of destruction. Waters again would rise, a storm would blot out the sky, and the evil wind would blow. The remnant of humankind who survived the first flood would be threatened with extinction. Cities would be destroyed and temples laid waste. Babylon would fall, as well as other Babylonian cities, even Sippar, I think I'm saying that right, which alone had been spared from the earlier deluge. The ziggurat of the sanctuary of Babylon, the city walls and towers would all be destroyed. But finally, the wrath of Era would be placated. Marduk would be allowed to return to his temple, which, however, Era still presided over. The gods would be reconciled and return to their proper places, and order would be restored. Babylonia would rise again, and Babylon would be rebuilt. Although at the direction of a curiously benevolent Era, god of destruction, not Marduk, as one would expect. The ruined temples would again raise their heads as high as the flaming sun. So,
I couldn't have said that better myself.
Yeah, well, look, I just wanted to read it because it was so hair-standing just hearing it. How much connection that is with this whole flood creation. And this is just something that is so common sense to me. Let me see if I had this on my notes so I don't repeat it. Okay, yeah. Also, the fact that Mesopotamian stories permit gods to be slain, right? We mentioned that. But the fact that the biblical narrative literally has the first city that's being created after the flood is a Babylonian one. We have a ziggurat. We have, like, what the heck is going on? Like, why? Why is Babylon the first city being built? And this ties in with Nimrod. I'd like to get your thoughts, and I wonder if you have any updated new little sneak peeks about this guy named Nimrod, this mighty warrior. Can you connect us to this Babylonian city, the ziggurat, the flood narrative, Nimrod, the mighty warrior? What's going on, man?
Well, there's a you just asked a whole lot of questions all at once.
I know.
Well, first off, let me focus on the dating of the poem of Era. I think I briefly allude to it in my Berossus book, which is
the Samaritan, Pseudo-Eupolemus, a Samaritan author circa 250 BCE, I think, right? Or am I mistaken there?
He provides some additional details, such as the wind blowing down the Tower of Babel. That's not in the biblical story, but it's another point of contact with the poem of Era, which had this wind come and blow down the ziggurat and cause all sorts of devastation on the city of Babylon after the flood. Pseudo-Eupolemus is a very good witness to the fact that this Tower of Babel story comes from the poem of Era. And there's a lot of other indications that Pseudo-Eupolemus was utilizing Berossus for that story. The poem of Era has not survived in surviving fragments of Berossus, but we can use an indirect argument via Pseudo-Eupolemus that, Berossus did have that story. The other thing is, what is the date of the poem of Era? I argued very briefly the poem of Era was written in the 600s BC, that it reflected historical conditions because Sennacherib, the Assyrian king, had conquered Babylon, the city of Babylon, as well as Babylonia. He had diverted floodwaters through the city that devastated it. It ruined many of the temples. He kidnapped many of the statuary. It was an epic catastrophe on the same order as the poem of Era. His son, Esarhaddon, later decided to reconcile the Babylonians. He went back in the early 600s, and he restored the temples. He rebuilt. He restored the statues. It was a restoration, very much like in the poem of Era, where the city has a happy ending. So I dated the whole story to around, the first decades of the 600s BC. Previously, scholars had dated it to like 1000 BC. But after I wrote Berossus and Genesis, there was another Mesopotamian expert, a scholar, who independently dated the poem of Era to the same context that I did. So,
wow.
I was going to publish that as a standalone article in Iraq, one of those journals, but she beat me to it. So thankfully, that's one less thing I have to write. But that shows that this Tower of Babel story has to be, 680 BC or later. It's not as early as biblical scholars had proposed under the documentary hypothesis. So that was an important clue in terms of dating. So I think that covers the poem of Era, unless you have follow-up questions. But then we were going to turn to Nimrod.
Yeah, I want to deal with Nimrod. I just wanted to make mention for everybody. We were talking about Samaritans earlier, potentially being Babylonians. Check this guy out, right? He mentioned Pseudo-Eupolemus. I just say Eupolemus because it seems to...
Yeah.
He's a Samaritan writing in 250 BC. So this is a Samaritan who's connecting Abraham to the giants, How did the Samaritan get these sources in Greek? Well, that's his whole point about Berossus. That is interesting because Berossus was translating these stuff from dead languages into Greek. And of course, this is also a very esoteric form. I mean, the Greeks were big on that, especially by the time you get into Hellenistic area of time. They're Hellenizing, or not Hellenizing, they're esotericizing, if I could use that word. I don't even know if that is one, but they're making everything into like a allegory. We don't like Zeus having sex with women on earth. Let's make that an allegory. He's not immoral. Let's make that an allegory. Let's make that and I think that's why we see these things happening over and over. But anyway, Nimrod, my nickname, Nimrod, not because I'm a mighty warrior, but because I'm a knucklehead. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Yes. So I also have a section discussing Nimrod and comparing him to Ninus, who was the founder of the book of the city of Nineveh. Ninus didn't really exist. He was invented as an eponymous founder of Nineveh. They decided, who built Nineveh? Well, we'll make a guy named Ninus, and he named the city after himself. So there's a few parallels between Ninus and Nimrod, and I go into that, and I bring in. Go ahead.
I was going to say maybe it's worth mentioning that there's a guy that's Berossus is challenging his historical count of Mesopotamian history.
Yes,
Ctesias. Yeah, and it's interesting to say that because there's like one guy's trying to say, can you tell him like what Ctesias is trying to say and what Berossus is trying to do? It's kind of like the Jewish authors arguing against, like just Josephus is trying to argue against Romans or whoever, like there's this issue going on. And it just sounds like an older version of a polemic going back and forth on who's dating and whose history is correct. And so what's going on between these two guys? And maybe Nimrod plays a part in some sense.
Well, Ctesias, he had a lot of fantastic stories. He was kind of, he was a historian, but he was really a gossip. And he would tell these sensational, oftentimes lurid stories of the Assyrian rulers and their different dalliances, and also, he's really a romancer, and people don't give him very much respect. So, but he basically came up with, or at least popularized, the story of Ninus and Semiramis, who was a legendary queen, at least as in terms of how Ctesias presented her, and how this Ninus figure, this Assyrian, founded the city of Babylon along with Semiramis. So Berossus didn't like that because Berossus was a Babylonian. He was promoting Babylon at every turn. There's a lot of parallels between Nimrod and Ninus. Nimrod is kind of a replacement for Ninus, and in the story in Berossus and in the Bible, Nimrod, who is a Babylonian, he founds Nineveh, the Assyrian capital, so that Berossus is saying that the Babylonians founded Assyria. The Assyrians did not found Babylonia or the city of Babylon. And so there is a polemic going back and forth. And I kind of bring some of that out.
So historically speaking, what's the reality? Babylon founded Assyria or vice versa?
Babylon was extremely ancient. It was its own kingdom. Assyria rose independently, and eventually Assyria conquered Babylonia. And it would rule it for a while, and then it wouldn't rule it, and then it would rule it, and then it would rebel, and went back and forth for a while until finally the Babylonians completely overthrew Assyria, and it was the end of the Assyrian Empire. And the Babylonians became the new world kingdom.
Okay. So one more comment on this, and then I'll let you take it, because this is in the vein of what we're talking about with Nimrod. You say in your book, Gilgamesh has always been a favorite candidate for the prototype of the figure of Nimrod. Like Nimrod, Gilgamesh was a Gibber, or mighty hero, the product of a union of gods and the daughters of men, as in the account of the origin of the giants at Genesis 6:4. Gilgamesh's exploits included chasing down the wild ass of the open country and the panther of the steeps, I think, or steppes, as well as slaying the bull of heaven, lions, and various other monsters. In sills and palace reliefs, he was often seen locked in combat against lions and other creatures. Most striking, Genesis 10:10, Nimrod's kingdom was said to have begun at Babylon and Erech. Erech, Nimrod's second most important foundation, was identical with Uruk, the city ruled by Gilgamesh.
Yes, so there's a lot of echoes of Gilgamesh in the story of Nimrod. They were both mighty hunters. They're both associated with Babylon. They're both associated with the post-flood world as well. Gilgamesh was in the third generation after the deluge, and we already talked about how in the travels of Gilgamesh he visited Utnapishtim, the flood hero, and that's why the flood story is in the Epic of Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh was in the third generation after the flood, and according to Berossus, he apparently ruled Babylon rather than Uruk. So this is a pro-Babylonian tradition found specifically in Berossus. And that really connects up with the story of Nimrod in a special way, because Babylon is the focus of that biblical tale. So I think Gilgamesh was like the specific prototype for Nimrod in the biblical story.
Whenever you hear him say the word Berossus, start equating that to 280 BCE pretty much. I mean, what I'm saying is late in the game. So when this is the whole point, what Russell's trying to date these books is later, but also I'm sure everyone's had a fantastic, view into the parallels here. So on that, the final note I have in that same vein there, are there any Greek, Atlantean, Plato connections in the Genesis 11 story, which the next episode we're going to get into the Table of Nations, of course, but I ask, like in the Tower of Babel post-flood situation, Nimrod, does he play any role, or this fictional narrative, does this have any role in the Greek world?
Not that I've been able to find. So it seems to be Mesopotamian, but within this Greek book written by a Babylonian in 278 or 280 BC. So it's a Mesopotamian connection in the Greek era, in the Hellenistic era. And I don't see much direct influence from Greek stories on that one.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Russell. I'm going to spare your voice so that next time we do this, it's still working. When is your book going to be released? The latest and the greatest?
Well, Routledge in my contract with them, they said they want the finished manuscript by October. But I'm hoping to get a final draft at the end of this month or early June. Routledge had some reviewers that had some very good comments. I did additional research, had to rewrite 3 chapters, and I'm working on my final chapter now. So I'm hoping that it'll be to them by early summer. Hopefully their people with the COVID crisis are going to be able to work from home and edit it to their satisfaction. And boy, I would love if it got published this fall. And it's not only has these insights into Genesis 1 through 3 and the flood story and all of that, but it also shows where the Jews got monotheism. And it wasn't from the Persians, it was specifically from Plato. So that's kind of a major new theory that the book will be presenting. Kind of track down that mystery.
Yeah,
and
that's going to be, oof.
So my first book, which introduced these theories, was called Berossus and Genesis. And here's how it came about. I was doing research in the late 1990s in the University of Oregon Library for another project on the historical basis of certain Greek myths. And I ran across a book with all the collected fragments of an obscure writer named Berossus, who was a priest of Marduk, one of the major kings and gods of Babylonia. And he wrote a history of Babylon in Greek around 280 BC, not long after the conquest of Alexander the Great. So I photocopied the whole book, which was my habit back then. And when I read it, I was struck by how closely the start of his book resembled the start of Genesis. Now, scholars have known for 100 years that the first chapters of Genesis drew on a variety of ancient cuneiform texts, like the Babylonian creation story, the Sumerian king list that had 10 generations of incredibly long-lived kings before the flood, the Babylonian flood story taken from the Epic of Gilgamesh, and so forth. But how did the biblical authors obtain all these exotic cuneiform sources, some of them written in Akkadian and some in the earlier dead language of the Sumerians? Well, as it turns out, and this was really interesting to me, Berossus translated every one of these specific texts into Greek for his book on the history of Babylonia. And his translations and paraphrases sometimes were closer to the biblical versions of these same tales than even the cuneiform originals. So I found this stunning and really perplexing. The Babylonian priest named Berossus, clearly he never read the Bible. But was it possible, I asked myself, that the biblical authors read Berossus? But after all, biblical scholarship that time was pretty unanimous that the books of Moses had been written like from 900 BC to 400 or 500 BC. This is centuries before Berossus. So if the biblical authors drew on Berossus, they would have written sometime after 280 BC, which just sounded crazy, to me even. But then I heard about an article that had just come out in 1993 by a Danish scholar named Niels Peter Lemke called "Is the Old Testament a Hellenistic Book?" And it asks the simple question, why do biblical scholars insist on dating the biblical text as early as possible? Why not look at the latest possible date as the proper starting point? Because that's when you know that these texts actually exist. We don't know that they existed, 1000 BC, but we do know that they existed 200 BC because we have, copies or references or stuff. So he pointed out that the first real evidence for the Old Testament and for the books of Moses comes from around 270 BC, when the 5 books of Moses were translated into Greek for the Great Library of Alexandria in Egypt, 50 years after the conquests of Alexander the Great. Before that time, there are few historical references of the Jews and none at all to biblical writings, 0. But after that date, there's an explosion of Bible-related writings. For instance, there's, you start with the Septuagint, and then you have some fragments from Qumran from about 250 BC, and the Astronomical Book of Enoch, and Pseudo-Eupolemus, and the Book of Watchers, and Demetrius of the Chronographer, and on and on and on. They're everywhere, right after the Septuagint came out. So what's the real evidence that the Bible was older than 280 or 270 BC, other than just naked assumption? That was my question, and I dug a bit deeper, and I found convincing evidence that not only did Genesis draw on Berossus, who wrote around 280 BC, but Exodus drew on Manetho, who was an Egyptian priest who wrote a history of Egypt around 285 BC, and talked about troublemaking Egyptians being expelled into nearby Judea. And I found lots of other similar evidence for other minor Greek authors that showed that the books of Moses had to have been written after 273 or 272 BC, the latest of these Greek sources, and yet before around 270 BC, when they were translated into Greek for the Great Library of Alexandria. So they were written like in Hebrew at most a year or two before they were translated into Greek, which was, the evidence was pointing me somewhere. So then I asked myself, where did the authors of Genesis get all these Greek writings? Well, all these Greek books on history used by the biblical authors were housed where? In the Great Library of Alexandria, which had the most complete collection of Greek writings in the entire world, including Berossus, Manetho, Plato, and all the rest. So the final piece of the puzzle finally dawned on me that the biblical authors wrote the books of Moses around 270 BC at Alexandria at the exact same time and place that these books were translated into Greek as part of the same literary project. Basically, the books of Moses were authored and published simultaneously in Hebrew and Greek. So I discovered when, where, and by whom the books of Moses were written. So now we know who actually wrote the first books of Moses, when and where they were written, and what the favorite books were on their library bookshelves. It's almost like having a telescope into the past pointed at the very time when the first biblical writings were created. So
this is interesting, Russell. Let me close this window real quick because I keep hearing cars pass by. Hold on. All right, that's better. So this is very interesting. To give our audience something in dummy terms, I like to break it down for you who may not know this. The Bible by critical scholars, by people, that you would say are taken serious, that aren't fundamentalists and have no necessary axe to grind, will say, this book was maybe written 700, anywhere from 900, 700. And of course, some of the books they will say, go much later. Daniel would be a late date. They agree with Russell on this, and they'll say, hey, I agree some of these books are later, but not, the totality of some of the ancient books that have Babylonian hints or Egyptian ideas that we know go way back into antiquity. I just wanted to say that what makes you different, I think, and this is important before we move on to a different idea, is you're suggesting most, if not all, were compiled at this time and written at this time, even if they were using old sources. from the
Yes.
Alexandrian library. Okay.
Yes.
Now, are any of those sources, I asked this because this is pertinent, we could find ancient Egyptian sources. We could find ancient Canarian, or sorry, I mispronounced it, the Babylonian cuneiform tablets and stuff. My question is, were there Hebrew or Israelite writings in any way, shape, or form that you think, and it wasn't just oral, or do you think they actually started putting pen to paper in around 270, 280 BC, and that was the first time?
Well, mostly that was mostly the first time. There are some older source documents. For instance, in the Book of Kings, there's the Annals of the Kings of Judah and the Annals of the Kings of Israel and the Acts of Solomon. Those are three seemingly authentic source documents that date back to the actual kingdoms of Judah and Israel. So those are old. Those are before 586 BC when Jerusalem fell. And there's among the prophets, there's one authentic collection of oracles, and that's the Book of Haggai. And it absolutely resembles Assyrian oracle collections. I haven't published on it yet, but the format, the 2-year time frame, everything is so. That's authentic, and that's around 516 BC. But other than that, not a whole lot. And for the Pentateuch, it doesn't seem to draw on any local, native, Jewish, and Samaritan written sources.
And that is interesting. I think Elephantine is a good place to go in this, in light of the literature and why it's important. What's so important about Elephantine in this idea? By the way, most people don't even know what it is, so you might want to tell them.
Yes. Well, in Egypt, there was this fortress on the Nile that was kind of a division between Egypt proper and Ethiopia. It was this island called Elephantine, and there was a military colony there that guarded the border. And it had Jewish troops, Aramean troops, and a few others. And so this is Egypt, and it's dry, and parchment documents from between 450 BC and about 400 BC, they've survived to the present day. And they provide an amazing window on Jewish life, say down to 400 BC. So this colony at Elephantine, it had its own temple of Yahweh. So there wasn't just one temple at Jerusalem. There was this other temple at Elephantine, and they were polytheistic. There's no reference to any biblical writings in all those documents. There's correspondence between the priests at Elephantine, who were not from the house of Aaron, by the way. They were just, who were they? Who knows? But they were in correspondence with the temple at Jerusalem and the high priest and his brothers and the religious authorities in Samaria, because there was some kind of a problem. Their temple got burned down, and they wanted permission to build a new temple. And evidently the people at Jerusalem said, "Sure, go ahead, go for it." Even though Deuteronomy says you can only have one temple, that's it. But there's no references in all of the writings of Elephantine to Moses or Abraham or David or any of the big names from the Bible. Not only as biblical characters, but they aren't used as personal names. And they have a Sabbath, except that they work on the Sabbath. They have the seventh day of the week, but there's this one letter where this guy says, "You're going to pick up this load of vegetables that we're sending by boat this Saturday, and if you don't, I'm going to kill you." So they were not very observant in terms of the Sabbath. No, they didn't have a religious Sabbath. They had a Passover, but it was purely agricultural. It wasn't the celebration of Moses and the Exodus. So anyway, for decades, people have wondered, well, how can you have, the Pentateuch and the books of Moses, and yet there's these heterodox Jews out there worshiping Harem Bethel and a bunch of other gods and Sabbath breakers and how come they're in this happy relationship with Jerusalem? It was blowing their minds. Well, the reason is there was no Bible back then. There was the books of Moses hadn't been written. There's none of the biblical traditions. It was just it's before that. So no, there was no Bible in the Persian period. It just didn't exist, and that's the economical explanation. And there's finally been a book or two that has acknowledged that fully. It said this, elephantine is not an anomaly. It's not a problem. It's just the way it was back then. They didn't have biblical. And that was, that was about 100 years before the time we're talking about. The Septuagint and when I say the books of Moses were written, when all of a sudden, boom, you've got all these biblical writings that just come out of nowhere, and that's the new culture.
Russell, this is fascinating information, by the way, because I've never heard anyone explain this like this. In fact, I never heard of elephantine prior to you, which was kind of interesting. It's like, hold on, I knew about Samaria and Mount Gerizim. I didn't know that there was a whole nother thing going on. And you've said on previous shows, which I definitely need to read your material. This was like I had to get you on an introductory show for our audience and let them also pick up your material. It's very important that I consume that. But you mentioned something that just is very like, oof. So if you hold sacred the Old Testament, this is probably something you're going to reject immediately due to bias or just something you can't accept. That northern and southern Israel, or if I can use the term, Judah and the house of Israel, Samaria being the capital, if you will, they were never really part of the same one unified group, just like Elephantine was never Judea. They were never the same group. They may shared things in common, like Yahweh. I could pick up a god, Murdoch or Baal, okay? And we have our own tradition down here, completely different possibly than the one that's in Judea or the one that's in Samaria. And so you say they're not the same people. In fact, they were separate traditions completely and never were a 12-tribe community.
No, they weren't. There's Assyrian inscriptions, there's Moabite inscriptions. We've got information back there, and there's no reference to 12 tribes of Israel or even 10 tribes of Israel. They know about Judah, which was that southern small kingdom. Naphtali maybe is a little region up in Galilee. There was a tribe of Gad, but that was Moabite. It wasn't Israelite. It was the Moabite inscription says, the people of Gad have been Moabites since forever. So these tribes didn't exist. I mean, they're illusory. And my latest book that just came out, I don't know, 3 years ago, it has a whole section on the 12 tribes because 12 tribes were common. Also 10 tribes, which that's how the biblical king list tribe list, they either have 10 tribes sometimes they have 12 tribes. The names of the tribes are all different and they're in different orders. But the Greeks very commonly, they divided up their nations into usually 12 tribes so that they could rotate duties from month to month to month. Athens had, for a while they had a 10-tribe system, but then around, 325 BC, they added a couple tribes. So now they had 12 tribes at the same time as these books of Moses were written. Plato said 12 tribes, that's the perfect system. You should have 12 tribes. He wrote about that in Plato's Laws, which had this utopian form of government and constitution that said he was advocating. Um, and so 12 tribes, that's a Greek idea. And there were lots of little colonies and places that had 6 tribes or 12 tribes. Nowhere in the ancient Near East. It's something they picked up from the Greeks.
Okay, so I think this is a good question to ask. The last guy who interviewed you, Dagger Squad,
Yes.
Garfield, he says, that's a dagger, and he has his accent and he's talking about the dagger. Yeah, that's another dagger. Russell, if you could give us some examples of parallels, if you have any off the top of your head, that just something interesting that you saw, just like the 12 tribe kind of idea, that gives more of like a Hellenistic spin that typical scholars don't run there for that information, if that makes sense. So where there's someone who might say that looks Persian, there's no way there'd be Hellenistic thought in this Persian text, or that's Babylonian, like we talked about your first book. That wouldn't be Hellenistic. That's so old. And you mentioned Genesis as an example, that there's Hellenistic, and in fact that the Genesis 1 is like almost identical to something Plato put out, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's true. And I just finished, I'm talking 2 days ago, I finished the final draft of my book on Plato's Timaeus and the biblical creation accounts. He had a whole book, which was one of the most popular books in the ancient Greek and Roman world, called Timaeus, about his theories on the origin of the universe, cosmology or cosmogony. He said he said that there was only one God, Derek. There was one God at the start of creation. He's the demiurge, the craftsman, the creator from this eternal realm of being who he decided he wanted to create a perfect image of himself, namely the universe as a living being. And he fashioned it. And anyway, the account in Timaeus echoes so much in the Genesis 1 account, and also Genesis 2 and 3, because Plato didn't just talk about this universal, eternal, monotheistic God, which the Jews got monotheism from Plato. This seems very clear. It's a Greek idea. It's not Persian. It's the Greeks invented monotheism. It was the Greek scientists, the Greek natural philosophers, who posited that there was a divine intelligence who started this whole thing. So they had this monotheistic idea. Some of them got executed for their atheism, because they didn't believe in all the little tiny gods running around the Greek world. So if you were a monotheist, that they considered that atheism. They passed a law against it, and you could be executed. Right? That's what got Socrates.
I thought and I have to cut in just to point out, I thought that an ancient Egyptian pharaoh was, Akhenaten. I thought was the original, but or at least
he did promote the cult of Aton, I think. There was a little blip after he died or was assassinated or whatever happened to him. That was over. That was a little idiosyncratic blurb, but it was not this philosophical, eternal, cosmic, monotheistic God that some of the Greeks, including Plato, came up with. But now Plato also did something else interesting, because he didn't want to get executed for being an atheist because he only believed in one God. So he said, well, yeah, okay, so there's this craftsman who created the universe, but then he had a bunch of sons and daughters, the Greek gods, and they're running around on Earth or wherever they're going. And So yeah, there were sons of God running around, and that's exactly what you see in early Genesis.
So
And
I have to mention, I'm sorry, I have to say this for others who are watching my audience. There are different ideas floating around that people don't interpret sons of God the same way you might be describing it. And what I think Russell's saying here for everybody, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that these sons of God are deities. Okay, these are the sons of God that are under the they're like the pantheon of deities, where the most supreme, according to the Bible, would have Yahweh or the God of Israel. That's the biblical perspective, right? They put him chief above all. However, these other gods, if I'm not mistaken, in the ancient world were called daimons, or like pretty much demons, if you will, is what they were. Sons of God, so to speak, that had powers over particular areas, and they were regional in some way.
Yeah, the Greeks, they had different gods over different countries, and Plato was unique because he said they all got along. They didn't have wars together. Like Homer said, Zeus battled against, Hera and this and that, and there were all sorts of cosmic battles in Greek literature. Plato wanted to censor all of that. He wanted all the gods to get along. But in the Bible, you have the apparently 70 sons of God, just like in the Baal epic of ancient Canaanites. Baal had 70 sons in his divine council. Well, Psalms and Deuteronomy in different places, they have a divine council too. And in Deuteronomy, they say that Yahweh was one of these lesser gods who was over Israel, and that every one of the gods was over a different nation. And there are 70 nations in the table of nations in Genesis 10. So you've got 70 gods running around, and Yahweh is one of them. He was not the supreme God. He got promoted later, but no, he was one of those little terrestrial gods wandering around. He ruled the Garden of Eden, sure, and like Zeus, he was not the eternal monotheistic God. He was one of the lesser gods, but he was kind of in charge of the other gods. And the Bible does say that Yahweh was kind of in charge, but
kind of like Zeus, except he hasn't slept with any women. Well, if you count Mary in the New Testament, it's kind of a weird impregnation type spirit thing, but I don't know,
Yeah, but except here's this, Derek, in Genesis chapter 6, you have the sons of God cohabiting with these beautiful daughters of men. And they married them, and they had children, the giants, and they had lots of gods running around having marriages, just like Greek gods, and just like Plato had in his sequel to Timaeus, which was called Critias, which had the story of Atlantis. Atlantis was ruled by Poseidon. Well, actually, Poseidon kind of populated Atlantis because he married this local girl that he found particularly attractive, and he had 10 sons, and they were the lords of Atlantis, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, the Greeks, they had these gods running around and having all sorts of wild orgies, I guess, with whoever they could get away with, and having offspring that were these heroic people, Hercules and all these other semi-divine humans, and all of that's in the Bible too.
I have to ask you a question. I was listening to a podcast recently, and this is very interesting because you didn't talk about any of this on any other show. So I'm glad that we are able to talk about this. This is important. I was listening to Christine Hayes, which she's done a great job, in so many ways. I learned so much from her, from divine law to understanding, who the Gentiles, who the Goyim, what are the others of the nations, etc. And there was another professor, can't remember her name, but her and Christine seem to collab often in scholarship on these things. And she was talking about how the gods run in the blood. She was explaining how not only are they local, if you will, a god runs a territory in a land, but also you listen to the Greeks, and she actually said this, and I think you're going to take a different stance, I suspect, than what she says. And this is, I've never heard expressed anywhere yet, but they compare the Greeks, and the Greeks say, I'm a descendant of, right? Zeus or whoever it may be. These, people are descendant of their God. Israel is the firstborn sons of Yahweh. They seem to be direct, if you will, it seems like, in a strange way, descendants of their God. However, these scholars said that the people of Israel are a little distinct and different in how they're descendant of Yahweh. If you take what you're saying to the bank, it would seem and appear to me the same way, like you just mentioned, Poseidon or Zeus may populate a people, and therefore now you have the generations that come from their divine God. Did Yahweh maybe play a role similar to these other Greek gods?
That's conceivable, and archaeology has found a couple inscriptions that talk about Yahweh and his Asherah, his wife, his consort. So back in the actual historical days of the kingdom of Judah and Samaria, yeah, he had a wife or a consort, and probably had sons and daughters. All of them did back in ancient Canaan. Now, outside the Bible, you have the books of Enoch and Jubilee and things like that, and they seem to indicate that the righteous line that led down to Noah, there were lots of intermarriages between the Watchers and humans. Now, in the Enoch literature, the Watchers were angels, but really they go back to the sons of God in Genesis 6. So it's kind of a tradition that didn't quite make it into the Bible, but made it into some the pseudepigrapha and stuff that really did suggest that Noah and that whole line were descended from intermarriages with the gods. Yahweh, I don't think there's a specific tradition to that effect, but generally speaking, yeah, these gods they had wives and children, and there were, and clearly there Yahweh and in the Garden of Eden, he was not the only God running around, and Adam and Eve were not the only people running around. Cain murders Abel, and he has to wander off, and he's afraid all these other people living all over the earth, they're going to kill me. And he goes off and he marries somebody. It wasn't his sister. So there were lots of peoples and gods and their kingdoms all over the earth. Yeah, that's implicit in early Genesis, but it's really explicit in the Greek traditions and in Plato as well. So the Bible is a lot weirder and less monotheistic than people would like to imagine.
Yeah, I agree. I think they obviously had their God supreme in the narrative. Of course, Yahweh ends up being their primary, if you will.
Yeah.
But yeah, I totally agree, and that comes to the dating, which is important in some of the ideas my friends and I have wrestled with, like Stephen Nelson and stuff. We're kind of like, there's an evolution, it seems, of thought, which, if one's going to compile, and I don't know if this is the right question to ask right now in such an introductory show, but the evolution of God as well as the evolution of someone like Satan, he takes on a different role later in the narrative. It seems he changes. Would one,
yes.
They're sitting in one spot and everybody's writing this together. Why does the character evolve and change? Do you see what I'm saying? Or
yes, I sure do. And I addressed that thoroughly in my last chapter of my current book. So in Genesis, the book of Genesis is very philosophical. You have Plato's Timaeus, his creation account that really influences chapters 1 through 3. where Yahweh is clearly one of these local gods walking around and reclining in the garden, and he doesn't know what's going on. He has to ask questions like any other god down there. Later he comes, he has, a veal cutlet dinner with Abraham and Sarah. He and his angel friend, they march across and they get invited into the tent. So anyway, he's just a little runaround god. Okay, where was I going on this? So Genesis is philosophical in the sense that in the whole book of Genesis, all these gods get along. And really, the nations pretty much get along too. You don't have all these gods warring together. That starts with the book of Exodus. Exodus through Joshua. God is warring against the Egyptian gods. God is warring against Chemosh, the god of Moab. He doesn't like any other gods. He's the only God. You're going to worship him. There's no local governor gods. He has total authority. And the one rule for Israelites is you have to worship me and only me. Anyone else, you get executed. Everybody goes into captivity. So Genesis was very accommodating. Polytheism was okay. But there was another group who were not these philosophers. And because there were a lot of people writing in Alexandria, and this other faction, they were pro-Yahweh, they were highly nationalistic, and they had this thing where Yahweh was the supreme God at war with all the other gods. Later, between the Old Testament and New Testament, that really morphed into God versus Satan. There were wars going on up in heaven, and Plato said the whole divine realm was good. Everything divine is good. All the gods are good. They're not jealous. He says repeatedly, the gods are not jealous. They haven't. And then the Ten Commandments says, because I am a jealous God, different vision, different group of authors. And those are the guys who actually, they won out in the end. And the philosophers got kicked to the curb. And then you get Satan and good gods versus bad gods and all the rest of that whole.
That makes perfect sense to why Paul, in my opinion, would go to people who have different gods. And there's Yahweh again, his God, competing to try and once again have them turn away from their gods, which I guess these scholars that I was mentioning earlier, and I got to get them on the show at some point too, they're kind of doing exactly what you said. Gods are competing at this point. It used to be, look, someone who was a God-fearer can come worship Yahweh and go back and worship, whoever their gods were, and everything was cool. Paul's running with this tradition that you're talking about here, and he's saying, you got to let these gods go. And don't worry, our God's not only going to protect you from judgment from your God, he's going to defeat your God. So, yeah, this is an interesting theme.
Yeah, holy war. God and his people against everybody else and their gods, and genocide and all the rest. Not a good philosophical view of the world. So in my next book, Plato and the Creation of the Hebrew Bible, that I kind of alluded to, most of the book is dealing with the laws of Moses and how a lot of them came right out of Plato or else out of Athenian law. Plato wrote a book called Laws, Plato's Laws, and he came up with this ideal constitution and how to create a colony and how to make it perfect so it would last through time forever. And he said, okay, here's the key, according to Plato. You're going to have a country that's going to last forever. What you got to do, and will never overthrow its constitution and laws, what you got to do is you got to make the people believe that the gods wrote their laws back in ancient times, that they're divine and that they've never changed. And then people are going to say, our forefathers, we're so proud of them. And God wrote these laws, and we're never going to change them, and we're going to defend this land to our last breath, and we're going to be loyal because this is a theocracy here. God is ruling our country through the laws, the divine laws, and also Plato invented this system where the government would be it'd be run by priests and theologians. So the Jews and Samaritans in 270 BC, they took over all of that. They took over the idea of these ancient divine laws that Moses got at Mount Sinai. And they invented a theocracy ruled by a high priest and Sanhedrin. It all comes right out of Plato's laws. And he also said, what you also have to do, because people are going to know, hey, we just heard about these ancient divine laws 2 weeks ago. What's with that? So he said, here's what you got to do. You have to create a national literature. It has to be only approved text. It has to be in line with the government's theory of the past. And everything else gets censored. And people only read these divine sacred books. And that's it. You keep out outside information. You use that in all the schools. And in one generation, the memory of the past will disappear. And all the younger generation will believe all this stuff. So there you have the Hebrew Bible, which there's no such thing as a national literature of approved text in the Greek world, in the ancient Near East, anywhere except in Plato's laws. That's where the idea of the Bible came from, and that's how we got these religions based on books.
That concept that you just brought reminds me of the Exodus narrative. It reminds me in which people weren't allowed to enter to the promised land if they were a previous generation because they had bent the knee to the golden calf or something. That is interesting because that generation wasn't, I guess they were there to witness. It's almost like we got to go to the next generation before we can take them into the land flowing with milk and honey. And if that did come from Plato, that'd be interesting. I don't know, because that's something I think that's going to be interesting when I read your book. You press hard on looking for Hellenistic tendencies. And do you do so in many places most people don't, where most scholars will say this is old or this comes from, Persian or, like you do with Genesis? Are there other areas?
Sure. I mean, systematically, here's how it works from a systems theory. Scholarship has passed down their knowledge from generation to generation, from 0 BC or AD, clear down to the 20th century. It's one generation educating the next one. And so you revere your teachers and you accept most of what you've been taught. So throughout most of this period, the biblical texts have been dated what you would call from a maximalist perspective. Date them as old as possible, in line with what they claim, unless proven otherwise. Like Isaiah wrote the book of Isaiah. Well, there's some anachronisms. Those were added a little bit later. And, so biblical scholars until the late 20th century, they dated all this stuff to, the time of Solomon or the kingdoms or Babylonian or Persian era, just as early as they could get away with. And so the Greek period, the Hellenistic period after Alexander the Great conquered the East, that was invisible to them. It wasn't even on their horizon of possibility. And so they didn't compare any of Greek literature to the biblical writings. Why would they? Because the Jews didn't know about Greek writings until after the whole Old Testament was written, in their opinion. It wasn't even in their perspective. So one of the key things that I do is I look at my own assumptions and I look at scholarly assumptions and I identify them, and I try and work without them. I toss them away. So, um, so I looked at all of Greek literature clear down to 270 BC as possible sources of influence from the Bible, because we don't know that the Bible was older than that, like the maximalists believe. And so yeah, I see Greek influences all over the place. Here's one great example. The Exodus. Well, not even the Exodus, but the patriarch stories plus the Exodus. It's just a typical, stereotypical Greek foundation stories. They had foundation stories for their nations and colonies all over the place. It was their most popular genre of literature. A lot of times there'd be this ancestral generation like Hercules or the Argonauts or whatever, and a god would say, hey, you and your descendants are going to inherit this land. You're going to live in this. This is the promised land. I'm promising it to you. Here's a clod of earth that I think Poseidon gave to Badus, who passed it from generation to generation, and eventually um, his descendants sailed in their ships from Sparta over to North Africa and founded that kingdom of Cyrene that their ancestors had been promised by the gods. So there's two phases. There's promises to the ancestors, just like Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, all of those. And then there's the actual generation that colonizes the land. And in these foundation stories, you have God surprises this guy and says, you're going to lead my people to the promised land and establish a country. And then this person like Moses or, or all these other guys, they'd say, what, who, me? No. Yes, you must. And then they would take their colony, they'd lead it out as an army, just like the army that comes out of Exodus. The people who died in the wilderness, they're always described as an army. And incidentally, they had cattle and women and children, but they were an army on the move. And sometimes it would take a generation to get there through all these travails and trials. And sometimes they'd want to go home because it's hard. But eventually they'd get there to either acquire or more often conquer the land. But when they get there, the foundation leader, at that point, he would say, all right, we're about to have a nation. So I'm going to write a constitution. I'm going to write laws. I'm going to give a big speech where I tell everybody what their laws are. We're going to write it on, on an inscription on stone. I'm going to have my geometers go, and they're going to get allotments for all the colonists. They're going to divide up the land. They're going to divide it into tribes or territories, and then every colonist is going to have their piece of land, and they're going to have it forever. All of this stuff, which this is standard Greek stuff, and it's also the plot line from like Genesis 12 through the book of Joshua. And it's a Greek foundation story. It's not anywhere else. And there's no way that the people who wrote the Bible could have heard about that until Alexander conquered the East and brought all this Greek wisdom and traditions with him.
I was just thinking about Alexander when he led his soldiers through mountainous regions, through desert regions, and even his soldiers, they were willing to follow him, but they wanted to go home. So I don't know if that has any role, but I do think it's interesting. I want to look at these evidences that you're bringing.
Yeah, Plato and the creation of the Hebrew Bible, I think it's chapter 5 maybe, that talks all about foundation stories. And what's really interesting is that the Greeks, constitutions and laws were really essential to them because they governed themselves. They were democracies. They wrote their own constitution. They abided by their own laws. They had their own army, and they were involved. They voted. They held office. So this was critical to them. Now, There was no such thing as a constitution in the whole ancient Near East. You don't see it from, 4000 BC down to Alexander's conquest. Not one example, but the books of Moses has lots of constitutional content, they could only have learned that from the Greeks. They could have only learned it after Alexander conquered.
Wow. That's actually really intense. I mean, I got to take your word on this because I'm not as well read at all. And I am going to start to read a lot of this material and check out your book and look at your sources, because I hear you said every sentence you wrote, you had to put a source down.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got at least 2,000 footnotes or citations. Yeah. For one
I want to bring
book.
up some fun stuff,
Sure.
if you don't mind. Take a break from the heavy stuff, because what you said about Plato is extremely important, and understanding why it would be why they concreted this national idea and took it and went as far back in antiquity, and they really did do a good job of developing something like that. I mean, it's stuck with us today, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's well written.
Exactly as Plato predicted.
And he was right about that. I mean,
yep, we'll have it forever, Derek. Sorry.
There's nothing I can do. I'm working on trying to chip away at this thing, like, hey guys, stop, let's go this way. But yeah, so something fun. You mentioned in a previous podcast, and I asked for parallels earlier, if you could think of something fun. I heard you mention with King David, right? King David cuts off the giant's head, turns and shows it to the enemy, and the whole nation's terrified, and the Philistine run with their tails between their legs, and they're not messing with this guy. And it was 1 for 1. It was just let's do it. And if I fight you and win, the whole nation. There's a parallel to a Greek myth about this, and there's something significant with the battle there that you mentioned in a previous show. You didn't go into too much detail. Can we start with something like that, and you give details on that, and then maybe give other examples of stories that must have come from the Hellenistic period or must have come from the Greeks that could not have come prior?
Sure, yeah. Well, let's talk about David and Goliath. David was he was a slinger. That the Greek armies, they had a front row of people who were too poor to afford a shield and a sword and stuff. So they go out there and they'd sling rocks, or they were the lowest on the totem pole or whatever in the Greek armies. But Goliath, on the other hand, he had a giant spear, very much like the sarissa, which is a Greek spear, and he had the helmet, and he had the breastplate, and he even had someone to hold a shield for him. All of this is standard features of the Greek, what they call the hoplite armies. Is just standard military dress from, I don't know, 400, 500 BC, 400, 300. It's a Greek story. Now the story itself, the battle between champions, one on each side, that motif appears several times in Homer's Iliad. And a lot of people have said, yeah, this Goliath story, it really sounds like the Iliad. But like I mentioned, the details of the battle dress are later than Homer's Iliad, like 700 BC. This is late, but that's a very Greek story, and everybody knew their Homer. And this was a great little literary trope that they used. Now, David himself, he was a young lad. What do we know about him? He was bronze. He bronze skin, very good to look at. He played the lyre, was it lute or lyre? He was very musical. He danced in the parades. After a battle was won, he danced in just his loincloth, and Michal, his prospective wife found that very offensive. All of that is typical of a Greek soldier in training. They had what they called the ephebate, which is military school. All Greek children, I think when they hit 18, maybe 16, I'm fuzzy on that. They would go into the secondary school. They'd have gymnastics. They would have music, which is kind of unusual for a soldier, except in the Greek world where that was standard. They would learn how to dance, because dance was very important, because troops had to move in unison. So especially in parades and stuff, they would incorporate dance into their so all of this, and plus the his physique is the Greek ideal physique for a young man. Artistic, as art historians can tell you that. So here you have David, who is supposedly the first king of Judah and Israel. Why is he like a someone in the ROTC? Why is he in every way acting like a young soldier in training? That is very, very Greek.
He couldn't even fit the armor. I mean,
yeah,
yeah, that they did that play. They played on that pretty well.
Yeah. So let's see. Ask me another question, but I'll try and think of another good.
Think of another good
example.
story in time. No rush. I wanted to go to something. This is probably going to screw you up. That's just how I am when I host. It's always a new topic. You mentioned something about Jeremiah. Jeremiah is an interesting prophet, and maybe you want to comment on that. How's that have any? What's that matter to you? What makes you different in your perspective on Jeremiah than what you hear most people discuss on him?
Well, gosh, almost all students of the prophets think that Jeremiah actually lived, that he was around at the fall of Jerusalem, that the book of Jeremiah was either written by him or written down by his scribe, or, old and authentic, all of this stuff. Well, he's a literary figure. He conforms to a literary pattern in the Old Testament called a Deuteronomistic prophet. And here's what happened to these poor Deuteronomistic prophets. They would speak the truth. They'd tell their prophecy to a king or whatever. The false prophets would all be mad at them. The king would punish them. They were in danger of their lives. They weren't heard. And it always turned out badly. And these Deuteronomist prophets, they were anti-establishment. Well, prophecy in that time, prophets in Assyria, Babylonia, and even in Judea, based on the evidence of the book of Haggai, they were associated with the temple. They were like bureaucrats. You'd go to the temple, you'd ask a question, the prophet would say, the God says this and such. God says, yes, rebuild the temple and bring lots of donations. So they weren't anti-establishment. They didn't criticize the kings. None of that stuff. That is, and scholars don't know really where that came from. Well, I do, because that's all over Greek literature. You look in the plays of Euripides and Aeschylus and all. You have what is his name? Telemachus. But anyway, there's these kings, and they'd have to go up to King Creon and say, God disapproves of what you're doing, and you're going to have lots of problems. And King Creon would get mad at them and maybe throw them in jail, and they'd be in fear of their lives. And all of that stuff was just happening over and over and over again in these Greek plays. And also, the figure of Socrates. He was a prophet. He was a martyr. He was the first martyr. He was a righteous man who was innocent and died for it. But he was also a prophet. He had what he called a daemon, a genius, a little spirit, a voice that talked to him inside his head. He might have been schizophrenic. It's quite possible. But at any rate, he had this voice that told him what to do. And he said it came from Apollo, but the normal Athenians, they weren't having it. They didn't like him because he criticized everybody. He criticized everybody that he met. He asked them embarrassing questions and humiliated them in public. So he had lots of people who were mad at him. And he said, I have to. I'm on a mission from God. And I know you're mad at me, but I got to save the city of Athens. So he stuck it out. He did his deed. He got arrested for atheism and not only for atheism, but for introducing new gods. It's a little contradiction. But he said he had this little voice, this daemon, this genius. Daemon goes into demon, like you mentioned. A little spirit, but a good one. And they said, that's a new god. We don't allow that sort of stuff. And so he had to drink hemlock and died. And he had the opportunity to flee, but he said, I'm a good Athenian. I'm not going to leave my nation under any circumstances. I'll drink it. And
from what I understand, when they send people off like that, what they're actually saying is go worship other gods a lot of times too. When you get excommunicated from the land, because your God a lot of times is very most of the time, from what I understand, is your God is the God of that land.
Yes.
So by saying you need to leave the land, is you need to get away from our God, you're going to have to go to a different God. And it was kind of a disrespect thing as well on a whole different level than what we would understand today.
Yeah, the whole exile thing.
Yeah.
They, the only good thing about it is a lot of the Greeks in different nations, they kind of worship the same Greek gods. So it wasn't as severe as in the ancient Near East, where Yahweh was only in Samaria and Judah. That was it. They over there, if you went into voluntary self-exile, you could escape a death sentence. They'd let you do that. They'd let you do that as late as between the first speech of the trial and the second speech of the trial. So if it was going bad against you, you could skedaddle and they'd let you do it. Interesting system.
Right.
But yes, so Jeremiah, he was one of those persecuted prophets too. And a lot of his description resembles some of the earlier Greek prophets in Greek tragedies, but a lot of it also resembles Socrates. So you have influence specifically from Plato, from Plato's portrait of Socrates, who is the hero in most of Plato's writings. So my unique take on Jeremiah is it was very late. It has Greek influences. It was written in the Hellenistic period.
You do something with Jeremiah and Deuteronomy that I thought was interesting. Deuteronomy's late, according to you, and that's very different than what a lot of people will suggest. They do, of course, say it comes a little later. They just don't say it comes as late as you would suspect. And I guess something that's pertinent to me at this moment, I carry conversation with very good friends of mine. We don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but that's what makes us such good friends, I think.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 30. Oh, go ahead, please.
Well, listen, I just want to say, you can learn the most from people that you disagree with.
Right.
That's what I've found. I always seek out opinions from people that I don't fully agree with, because I figure maybe it's because they know something I don't.
Maybe.
So, you pick their brains, you might learn something, you might learn that they're full of it, or you might learn an extra fact that makes you a little wiser. So, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, I've learned a lot from these people and other people, of course, and bringing people on the show that I don't know. And may not agree with. I learned something, though, from each person. And they connect Deuteronomy 32 to the New Testament, Israel's last days. But there are people out there that suggest that Israel's last days concept of Deuteronomy 32 may take a role in the narrative of the Hebrew scriptures. So you know how the New Testament likes to reuse stuff that seems to imply its first use is in the Old Testament. For example, you shall call him Emmanuel, God with us. This narrative is about a person. Then Jesus harps on this, or the New Testament authors harp on this thing that already had its context utilized in a time in the Old Testament or during the Hebrew Scripture time. Now, in Deuteronomy 32, it talks about Israel's last days. Do you have an opinion on Israel's last days? Because it appears the New Testament is reusing this, but there's the idea where we talked about earlier how the northern and southern tribes, you have the lost tribes, the 10 northern, and then Judea and Benjamin and the southern tribes. And of course, some of the northern goes down into the southern according to this, and it doubles in size. And anyway, there's this idea that, well, God divorces Samaria, or if you will, the northern tribes, and keeps his marriage to the southern, because they're which tells you they're writing from the Old Testament's writing from a Judean perspective. But do you have any opinion on the Deuteronomy 32, Israel's last days, in the context of the Hebrew Scriptures?
Well, let me talk to you about this whole Samaria versus Judah thing.
Please.
You're right. Kings, most of the prophets, it's all written from the perspective of Judah and Jerusalem. The Pentateuch, the books of Moses, not so much. Why did they even have 12 tribes? Most of that stuff in the Pentateuch comes from the Sumerians, or rather Samaritans. Judah plays a very minor role. And in the book of Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy mentions Mount Gerizim, which we know that was the location of the Samaritan temple. Mentions Mount Ebal and what was the other one? Anyway, these two those were holy sites for the Samaritans. That continues on into John. So the implication appears to be that the place where God was going to place his name, that was Mount Gerizim. It wasn't Jerusalem. So you have the 5 books of Moses.
You're going to be in trouble now. You know that, right?
Oh, sure. I'm always in trouble.
Please continue. I'm sorry.
So, so when they went to Alexandria, this delegation of 70 scholars, that's where the name Septuagint comes from. It's the Greek word for 70. And the tradition was that the Jews and Samaritans sent 72 elders to Alexandria to translate the books of Moses into Greek. 6 from each one of the 12 tribes, which kind of interesting because 10 of the tribes were supposed to be lost at that point, and yet here they are in this story. So so the Samaritans and Judeans, they were all together at Alexandria collaborating on the books of Moses. We know that not only from that tradition, but the Samaritans, they accepted the 5 books of Moses. They didn't accept any of the rest of the Jewish Bible. The Jews, they had the books of Moses and everything after that. Well, here's how that happened. Originally, they were all friends for however long they were at Alexandria together collaborating. And in the prophecies of Deuteronomy and Leviticus, they were all supposed to, if they disobeyed God someday, some future generation, they would all go into exile, scattered among the nations. Then they would repent and they would all come back to the land, and God would, bring them back in his arms, or whatever metaphor. And it'd be great again. They'd be a restored original 12 tribes of Israel. So you get some of that in the book of Jeremiah, by the way, because parts of Jeremiah says, yeah, Israel and Judea, they'll all come back, and they all went into exile, but they'll all come back and they'll be under God again. And in other parts, like yeah, no, the Jews will come back, not so much Samaria. And really starting in books of Samuel onward, it's all pro Judea, pro Jerusalem, Yahweh's temple in Jerusalem, the Davidic kingdom, and Samaria was bad, evil, Baal worshippers, bad guys. God punishes them. Every king of theirs was wicked because of their high places. All the early kings of Judah had high places, but they were good. That's okay. They got rid of some of them. So anyway, so it's this very so you have the books of Moses written by everybody at Alexandria. Then they go home to Jerusalem, and the Samaritans get kicked to the curb, and the people from Jerusalem, they keep writing and writing and writing this whole national literature like Plato wanted, but it's all Jerusalem and Judah, and all of a sudden the Samaritans have disappeared, and that's where you get the 10 tribes, the 10 lost tribes. They weren't lost until the Jews got mad at them in the Hellenistic era, because the Jews wanted a monopoly on Yahweh worship. They didn't want the temple at Mount Gerizim. And so they started promoting this thing where the Samaritans, this northern tribes, they went away and they never came back.
So it's safe to say that they weren't necessarily lost because of the Assyrian captivity. No. And even though there may have been people there, Samaritans that were dispersed, there was still there was a noticeable group of people that were probably still remaining. Or do you think that that's somewhat fictional? The whole Assyrian.
Yeah, where they take everybody and deport everybody away. No, right. The Assyrians, they would only take the ruling class and send them into exile. Ordinary people, they wanted them to stay there because you had to have somebody work the farms and produce the income. But it's just the ruling class that got deported and replaced with a new ruling class from somewhere else in the kingdom. Like a lot of Babylonians came into Samaria, and they became the new ruling class.
So do you see
the regular people, regular Yahweh worshiping country people, they were there, and there's archaeological continuity. Same people. They never went into exile, and not. There was more of a destruction layer in Judea, but still, though, there was continuity there too. There was this total exile thing. That's a fiction, and everybody recognizes that now.
The same way Exodus from Egypt in the manner it's described is so exaggerated. If there was anything like that, it's so exaggerated. There's nothing like that as described. What do you take on Deuteronomy 32? Do you have a take on it? The whole idea of the end of Israel's, apostate Israel and stop following my ways. Do you think it plays a role during some time in Jeremiah and in the writing of this is trying to hint at something with Israel as in the northern tribes is from a Judea perspective? Or are you suggesting, what do you think's going on with Deuteronomy 32, if you don't mind?
Gosh, I've been looking around for my Bible. For some reason, I have it misplaced. I actually do have a Bible because I am a historian. So I have need for it on occasion.
I've got mine back here behind the screen if I need to grab it, but it's King James.
Me too. Yeah. Because I was given to me back in 1972. I don't know, and I never wanted to spend money on a new one, so I just stuck with. And they had great covers, very sturdy. So anyway, no, the prophecy in Deuteronomy, that was aimed at all 12 tribes. And first, the northern kingdom fell, and allegedly they were all deported. And then later, Jerusalem fell, and allegedly they were all deported. And so it was supposed to be a phase for both Israel and Judah. I mean, for the 12 tribes of Israel, because that was the Mosaic nation, and they were all supposed to come back to the land. So there was no end of Israel per se. Yeah, there's the 10 lost tribes of Israel. That's certainly not in the books of Moses, but it kind of gets perpetrated starting in 2 Kings 17, where Israel gets deported and apparently is never replaced, except for one priest who comes back to tell the Babylonians about Yahweh worship.
Well, that's funny because the Babylonian Abraham. Why would someone? This is a good topic, rabbit trailing a little, but why would you have a guy from Babylon, supposedly, of Chaldees or whatever?
Yeah.
What's going on here, Russell? Help me understand, my friend.
Well, I have a feeling you know a little bit about what I'm going to answer, but it's very interesting, and this is one of my innovations as a scholar. There's a lot of Babylonian and Assyrian stuff in the Bible. There's the calendar. There's a few scattered laws of Moses that come from Hammurabi and Middle Assyrian law and Old Assyrian law, this and that. There's traces here and there, including, the start of Genesis that has a lot of Babylonian traditions, and including this thing where all the Abraham and all of those people, they came from Babylon. Well, no, the Jews and Israelites, they were all earthborn, autochthonous peoples who had lived there forever. That's what archaeology informs us. There was no invasion. They didn't come from anywhere. They certainly didn't come from Babylonia. But guess what? The Babylonians came from Babylonia. When the northern kingdom of Samaria fell in 722 BC, King Sargon and Shalmaneser, one or the other or both, they brought in a replacement for the ruling class. There were some Babylonian rebels, and so when they were defeated, they took their ruling class and brought them into Samaria, and the Sumerian ruling class, they get exported. By the way, Assyria keeps on referring to Sumerian charioteers. They didn't disappear. They were still very effective horsemen and used in the Assyrian army. So here you have these Babylonians and Assyrians who are the ruling class in Samaria. Well, what happened to them? They didn't just evaporate and become Yahweh worshiping Samaritans. Every country, you get a ruling class or you get an educated class, they hold on to their heritage forever, like a dog keeps a hold of a bone. They're very possessive. Nowadays you've got exiled any country where the Shah got deposed or whoever, they try and maintain their position and status forever. Same with these people in Babylon, these Babylonians that were transported to Samaritan, they kept their traditions alive. And a lot of stuff, and they eventually blended in with the local Israelite population, but they were the educated ones, and they were there at Alexandria. They were a lot of these educated Samaritan scholars that helped write the Pentateuch. And sure, they remembered, yeah, we came from Babylon. That's where we came from, and we're going to write that right into Genesis, because that's where we remember our ancestors came from. A lot of other stuff. Something that hasn't appeared in any of my books yet. It's like in a book that's a couple books down the road. The Sabbath. Where did that come from? Okay, so scholars, they know that the Sabbath is every 7 days. Activity was forbidden, and that came from Babylonia and Assyria. There was they had charts of lucky and unlucky days, and first the early versions every day of the month, you know, which was like a lunar month of 30 days. Every day was different as to what was lucky and unlucky. Eventually, they simplified it and they got down to a 7-day cycle, and every seventh day was unlucky. And you weren't supposed to do stuff, especially the king. It was very unlucky for the king to do anything that seventh day. And eventually, you know, scholars know that okay, that somehow magically that turned into over in Judea and Samaria that turned into the Sabbath. Well, how did that happen? Well, it's because you had Babylonian scholars living in Samaria who are still doing all this calendar stuff, and they used that simplified system and it came up with a 7-day week, with the seventh day being unlucky, the Sabbath. Came from the Babylonians living in Samaria. And in fact, there was a document in 163 BC when Antiochus Epiphanes had overthrown the Jewish temple and this and that. And the Samaritans wrote a letter to the Greeks saying, we're good people. We don't mind you guys like the people in Jerusalem. And, and we invented the Sabbath. That's the only claim in ancient literature as to who specifically invented the Sabbath. It was the Samaritans. When we talk about the Jewish Sabbath, maybe we should be talking about the Samaritan Sabbath instead. But it came.
And when you say Samaritan, I need to let like some people know this is Israel. This is
Israel.
Northern Israel, right?
Yes, Samaria was their capital city. Sometimes in Assyrian records, they would call the whole country Samaria, or once they called it Israel. Mostly they called it the house of Omri. But then the Assyrians, when they conquered it and turned it into part of Assyria, it was a province of Samarina. And then when it got into the Babylonian and Persian times, that turned into the residents weren't called Sumerians anymore. They were called Samaritans. But it basically means the same thing. So those are the northern people, and they worshipped at their own temple, much bigger than that one in Jerusalem, the one on Mount Gerizim. So, yeah, so those Babylonians, they were still doing stuff clear into the Hellenistic era.
That's fascinating. Total two different traditions. You know, looking at it from this kind of perspective makes me really want to know more about the history behind this. One of the things I figure I'd ask is because, well, a buddy of mine asked, and I wanted to ask you, if you don't mind, these are not too big. I wanted to start off with like a show that's not too complicated so people can wrap their heads around. But here's this question. How do most Hebrew Bible scholars and source critics view the documentary hypothesis, and how does your theory address this? If there's a way to answer that without over too much.
Okay, I won't give too much detail. The documentary hypothesis said there were 4 sources behind the books of Moses. There was one source that used Yahweh as the name of the God a lot. Another one used Elohim. There was a Deuteronomist, and there was the E source that also used Elohim. But anyway, they detected them as different voices. They all had their different agendas. 4 different sources. Documentary hypothesis says that like J wrote around 900 BC, and then E 800, and Deuteronomy 614 BC, and the priestly that was in the Babylonian period, all separated by centuries as the Pentateuch or the books of Moses were evolving. Well, listen, I agree that there are distinct voices, but there's not a scrap of evidence that said that they're separated by centuries. That's extraneous. Um, in my understanding, these were just different groups of authors present at Alexandria in 270 BC. There were different factions and groups, and they all had their own voices, and that's my adaptation of the documentary hypothesis. I
Do
don't
you
throw.
think that they have different voices and they separate them by centuries because, well, they're looking internally, right? And they're going, well, that looks like it's very Assyrian. Oh, that looks very Persian, or that looks very Babylonian, or whatever. And therefore, because it looks like that internally, therefore it must possibly be dated around the time in which the story kind of claims, in a sense, that these things are happening. And you're saying, hey, the sources are in Alexandria. They could have easily developed the narrative from these sources in Alexandria.
Yeah. Well, first off, there's so many problems with the documentary hypothesis because in some places, E uses J. In other places, J uses E. In other places, you divide it into two different sources, it doesn't make any sense anymore, like the Joseph story. If you divide it, neither of the two stories make any sense at all. So you had J authors and E authors. They were together in the same room and they were writing it together. Same thing with J and P. So it makes everything work if they're all talking to each other at the same time. But no, traditionally what they said is, oh, Jay has all these stories, God's walking around and he sees Abraham, blah, blah, blah. These are these folksy stories. That's really primitive. That's way back in Solomon's time. And E is it's a little bit more advanced theologically or whatever. Deuteronomy, that's different because there's only, instead of in J and E where there's different altars all over Judea and Israel, Deuteronomy says there's only one temple in Jerusalem. So that must be a later development. And the priestly source, why it's all legalistic and it's cultic and it's that Jewish legalism. This is a Christian perspective. So, well, that's kind of devolving. It must be last and it must be the worst. And so all of these preconceptions about primitive versus advanced and legal versus folklore, it all went into this imaginary development of religion in those lands, as though everybody changes all at the same time. It's like everybody once upon a time were telling stories and then they all decided, no, we're all going to be about the laws this year. Society isn't like that. There's always diverse voices. And just because there's two voices, you can't say one's earlier and one's later. That no longer makes any sense. And people no longer really believe in the documentary hypothesis that way. But I've rehabilitated it though, because they are distinct voices. But if they're all talking at the same time, that really explains the whole thing.
And you're sticking with what we can know with certainty, at least not certainty, high probability because of hard evidence rather than, speculation based on, some type of assumptions that, are going on. Like if I were to try and, let's say, use internal evidence, I could easily run with, well, Genesis goes way back because look at all the Babylonian stuff. But if you knew possibly what's going on in Alexandria, or even in your first book, the two authors that are being used possibly by the Hebrew scripture authors are using these possible Babylonian and Persian authors, it's easy to see how they could create and develop something in ancient, plus using Plato's concepts. So I can see where you come from. I definitely need to read your book because once I do, we're going to definitely have to jump on a show. You mind me asking more?
Go right ahead.
How does your theory address the idea of Persian influence in the Hebrew Bible that supposedly crept into the tradition at a later date? For instance, the development of traditions about the role of Satan as a cosmic antagonist and the development of apocalyptic literature.
Well, yeah, there's some truth to that. The Zoroastrians or the of Persian times, They had Ahura Mazda was their. Um, they used to say he was a monotheistic god, but really he had a flip side that was kind of darkness and evil. So there were lots of gods going on in the Persian era. But you had a dichotomy of good versus evil, light versus darkness, and the two sides at war. And it's been pretty well studied that has crept into um, Jewish apocalyptic literature. Light versus darkness, good versus evil, God versus Satan. Um, one of my earliest, actually my earliest Dead Sea Scroll that I wrote about and kind of got famous about in those circles my text was a document called The War of the Sons of Light Against the Sons of Darkness. And I was able to show that it wasn't as late as people said. It's actually a document from the Maccabean Wars, that it was the official war manual of Judas Maccabee. But they saw themselves as the sons of light, and the enemy were Belial and Satan and the sons of darkness, and it was very much good versus evil. And somehow that did come from Persian Zoroastrian, but it kind of bypassed the Hebrew Bible. It comes out in the book of Daniel, which is pretty late. It's 163 BC. Well, during the Maccabean War, really contemporary with the War of the Sons of Light and the Sons of Darkness.
Right.
But you don't really see that in the prophets or pretty much anywhere else. You have Satan in the book of Job, but he's one of the sons of God.
And I was going to say, Isaiah has God, or it appears, has God as the creator, or almost like not just the creator, but it doesn't sound dualistic like Zoroastrianism, because in Isaiah
Right.
he says, I create light and darkness. I'm in charge of both. So don't get this idea that, that there's like an enemy that holds darkness in his hands that I have no, I'm the one who's doing both, which is actually kind of, when I was Calvinist, you can only imagine how I used to use that as a weapon towards others. I would tell the guys who believe in free will and believe that, well, God created Adam in the garden and he wanted them to have the chance, and they slipped up almost, he knew what was going to happen, but no. I went all the way and said, look, God put him in the garden so he could fall. Like, this is how far as a Calvinist I went. I was like, he put him there so he could fail, so that he could send his son, like I had a predestined concept. His whole purpose was he was the lamb slain from the foundation of the world. That was the intention. He needed to fall so that his son could redeem humanity, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so yeah, that sounds interesting, because it does seem like a later development. It is a later development, but how did they get it? And that's an interesting question to ask, is like, when did Zoroastrianism influence? And of course, Parsi or Pharisees may come from a Persian type of influence that's taking place. But when did that happen? That's a good question.
Yeah, I wish I had a great answer. I know that that Theophrastus and other Greek writers, they knew about Zoroaster, and they knew about some of the Persian traditions that were written down centuries later, and yet in their scriptures that we now have. But Theophrastus, who was a student of Aristotle, he described some of those beliefs. So anyway, it was known there were these ideas floating around, but the exact mechanism whereby the Jews acquired some of these ideas is a little unknown. But apocalypticism is very prominent in crisis times. And so during the Maccabean War, when the Seleucid king overthrew the temple, outlawed the Jewish religion, burned all the scriptures, and made people sacrifice swine, and all of that horrible, terrible stuff, that was as crisis as you could get. That's also when you get this full-on light versus darkness ideology that really gripped the Jewish nation and their literature from that point on.
And that's when they really thought the end was going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many times do they got to do this?
I don't know. But in summer of 163 BC, they were like saying, "We're going to have Michael and his angels are going to be on our side, and we're going to defeat the Belial and the forces of the Seleucids that are about to come in and try and conquer the kingdom again, and it's going to be apocalyptic, and they're all going to be destroyed, and then there's going to be a resurrection, and it'll happen. You can date it, Derek, from the time the sacrifices stopped, 1,260 days, or maybe 1,290 days, because they keep on jumping forward a little bit. That's when this amazing victory is going to happen, and you're gonna all the soldiers that are fighting now that are falling heroically, they'll be resurrected, no problem, because it's the end of the world, and we're going to have the Messiah back in no time.
Now, you got me. I got to ask you. You know not to bring up eschatology.
I'm sorry. My bad.
No, you did it. You did it. It's your fault, so I'm going to blame you, and it's not my fault.
I'll take it.
Since I'm not a Christian, I can't blame it on Satan. I'm just going to blame it on you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But seriously, I got to ask you something. You brought up something interesting. Is this Daniel's writing in a time that obviously is late? There's this idea that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Carbon dating, I've heard the disputes and arguments. People like Robert Eisenman, Professor Eisenman takes it and says, listen, internal evidence makes me suggest this is going on during the 1st century. And I get why. Even if it wasn't, I can get why. Because it's like another one of those. We're in a bad spot, and they're speaking very similar language, as you see in the Dead Sea Scrolls, as you see in Daniel. But I wanted to ask you a more to-the-point question. The 70 weeks, all these things that are going on, Daniel's predicting something. Christians like to go, hey, this is predicting the time of Christ, right? They have a reinterpretation of Daniel.
Right.
Was there an original interpretation of Daniel that was supposed to take place right around that time?
Yeah, it was supposed to. The 70 weeks were supposed to come to an end in 163 BC. The Messiah that was cut off in I forget, Daniel 9. That was Onias II, the high priest that was executed in 170 BC, and a few months later, the Seleucids came in and they conquered Judea, and they were really oppressive. And then in 166 BC, 3.5 years later, is when they stopped the sacrifices in the temple. And all of this was supposed to happen in the 70th week of those 70 weeks. This is number 70, and we're halfway through that last week, and then there's going to be another half a week, and at the end of that, that's when the resurrection happens. That's when Michael will defeat all the enemies. So 163 BC, that's the end of the 70 weeks, except it didn't happen. So then, a little while later, they said, well, now is the end of the 70 weeks. And now
we didn't mean literally 70 weeks. We meant 70 weeks of years, and the years calculate. Look, Jesus came, and
well, one good thing was their chronology was really bad back then. They really hadn't worked out how long it was between the fall of Jerusalem and the present day. It was floating, so you could always adjust the starting point to come out to 70 weeks is this weekend. That's when it is, and that happened over and over again, and in the Olivet prophecy and in the book of Revelation, that are all influenced by Daniel a lot. So, and they're still doing it today.
They are. This is this is fascinating. It was your fault. So
Yeah.
everybody's heard it.
Derek, it's the groundhog apocalypse.
Man, and we're going to have more shows down the road where we get to talk about your understanding of Revelation, which is, going to be groundbreaking information, in my opinion, because that's such a misunderstood book in so many ways. And, is it a late date like 96 AD? Is it really a during the battle date, or is it a pre-70 AD, as some people like to, there's internal evidence and stuff. We'll get there. So
yeah.
We'll have to leave that topic for another time, because if not, someone's going to comment and say, dag nabbit, Derek, we knew you wanted to bring up full preterism, and I have a tendency of talking about things that had a grip on me. But there's a very clever movement out there that does a very interesting thing with these things. And me and you had a small talk on the phone, but they harmonize. They harmonize the hell out of some of this stuff, and they make it make sense. And I don't think it was meant, all these books were meant, even the New Testament books, I don't think they were all meant to connect the way they do, but you can look for things, I think that also works in Carl Jung's philosophy, this is synchronicities. If you're looking for it, you'll probably find it, even if it never was intended, if that makes sense.
Yes. Well, you can take any set of beliefs and you can harmonize it with any information. There's always a way to connect it up.
That's why the Mormons exist. That's why the Jehovah's Witness. That's why almost every cult can come up and have a solid case in their mind.
Yep.
And they're convinced. They're absolutely convinced. And so I decided to be a little scientific and say, let's get critical. So Russell, if you don't mind, I'm going to move on to another question. There's not too many.
Okay.
I have to ask these for my buddy. If I don't, Stephen Nelson, who has the gifts of the Spirit on the other end, the no side. So he can probably curse me at will. And I don't want him to curse me. Like, I want this guy to find a way to give me blessings. So I'm asking these questions because he's a really good friend of mine, and he's interested in researching this stuff, far brighter than me on these things. And here's another one. Were there any Hebrew literary and historical traditions prior to the Hellenistic period? I think we kind of touched that early. Did the Jews have any oral traditions or written poetry during the Persian period, which may have influenced the Bible? So, in other words, for those who are watching, were there writings of these people from these nations prior, during periods in which the documentary hypothesis like to say J goes all the way back to the Persian or to Babylonian or whatever, well, nobody goes back to ancient beyond that. But nonetheless, is there any writings that they had and they drew off of when they compiled these things during the time in the Hellenistic period that you're suggesting?
Well, I'll tell you what. Religious traditions are highly conservative. So the religious holidays, cultic practices, all of that stuff in the books of Moses, that was a lot older than the Hellenistic era. Probably mostly oral. But we know that they reflected earlier times because, for instance, the list of sacrificial animals in Leviticus corresponds to the bones that we find from Mount Gerizim. They had a bone dump on the backside of the temple, and you get those same animals. So we know that corresponds, that goes back. And along those same lines, a lot of this, there's two clusters of psalms. Some of the psalms reference the Exodus and things in Genesis and the books of Moses, and they're clearly they were written after the books of Moses were written. There's other psalms, not so much. They just don't refer to anything out of the books of Moses, and they could well be older. They're religious hymns, probably sung in the temple or some cultic situation. They could have been written, and they could have been older. I have no problem with that. In fact, in one case, I know for sure that it was older because there is one psalm, I forget which number it is, but it corresponds to a psalm on a papyrus they found in Egypt, except that the gods in that psalm weren't Yahweh, they were like Baal and a couple other gods. And so that psalm goes back to a time when, Yahweh and Baal and El, and there were all sorts of gods running around. That's a good early one. In fact, I've been able to date that one. It's Yahwistic, but it also mentions Baal and some other gods. It actually goes back to a community of Yahweh worshippers in Hamath, which is north of the northern kingdom. It's like, and there are some Assyrian inscriptions that talk about these kings with these Yahwistic names, and there's some literature that actually comes from around 720 BC, where these guys way up north, they're worshiping Yahweh, and they had this psalm about Yahweh and Baal and their father El and battles and so that not even Israelite, not Jewish, not Israelite, something weirdly bizarre for a Bible person to even conceive. It made it into the biblical Psalms. So that's a good old one. I am delighted when I can find an old source.
That's what I like about you. I have to admit, as much as someone who's listening to this is going to be really like hesitant, especially if they are huge followers of people who espouse the documentary hypothesis and stuff, you're open-minded to looking for old stuff, but you're going to start with a critical stance on a minimalist stance based on the evidence that we do have, and then work back versus starting with something far maximist or even middle ground. You're not trying to just let me start with a balanced view. No, you're going to go hard evidence, or as much as we have in terms of, there's documentation that supports the idea this is definitely Hellenistic period when they translate the Septuagint. I have no reason or anything prior to that to suggest that they had a compilation or some type of code, books that are compiled together we call the Hebrew Bible. Prior to the time of this translation. Now, what do you think about the idea that the king that's asking them to come and translate their scripture, obviously you talked about the 12 tribes part being fiction in that narrative itself, but would it not suppose or imply that, hey, they're having them translate something because they had a text? And so my question is, to make it dumbing down for my audience and myself, when they were supposed to come translate into the Greek, the 70 elders, as the story goes, whoever asked them to come translate, are they not asking them because they already have a text, or is that not implied in the narrative?
Well, yeah, absolutely. They had a text. The only thing is, it wasn't a Jewish text. It wasn't a Sumerian text. It was a Greek text. It's a very interesting story. Okay, so this is Ptolemy II Philadelphus. He's the second king in the Ptolemaic Empire. When Alexander the Great conquered most of the world and then he died, it got split up among his 4 generals. One of the generals was Ptolemy I, and he took Egypt as his own little kingdom, centered at Alexandria. He had a son who was Ptolemy II Philadelphus, who built the great library, who sponsored the Septuagint translation. And he said, hey, we hear that you guys have these laws of Moses. We'd like a copy for our library. Can you come and give us an official version for our library? Now, where did Philadelphus get that idea? Well, okay, go back to 315 BC, when it's still Ptolemy I Soter. There's a Greek writer, his name was Hecataeus of Abdera. He came down to Egypt. He wrote a book all about the Egyptians. their history, their customs, everything. And he said that the Egyptians colonized the world. They sent colonies everywhere. They colonized Athens. They colonized Babylonia. They colonized the kingdom of Colchis on the Black Sea. And he had these little foundation stories for each one of them. One of his foundation stories was there were too many Egyptians, so they sent out a colony to their little neighbor to the north called Judea. And it was led by this Egyptian. His name was Moses. And all of this text, it's preserved. It exists today. But it's Greek. It's a Greek foundation story. He said, okay, so Moses, he took these guys and they went up to Judea, which was totally uninhabited. And Moses, he laid out their constitution, their laws. He built, he founded their capital city of Jerusalem. He founded their temple. He divided up the land. He conquered some of the neighbors. Most of that stuff is not in the Bible. Moses didn't found Jerusalem. He did not build the temple. None of that stuff.
Right.
None of it. And his fictional account of Moses and colonizing Judea, it reads, I mean, it's kind of like the Bible, except that it's totally different. And a lot of it actually comes from Plato's laws, a lot of the laws that he attributed to Moses. But it's like these fictional stories about how the Egyptian named Belus, the son of Poseidon, he went up to Babylonia and founded Babylonia from Egypt. Total fiction. He's just making this stuff up to aggrandize the Egyptians. But it's a story where there's a guy named Moses. He leads a colony from Egypt to Judea, founds their nation, constitution, and laws. Okay, that book, the History of Egypt by Hecataeus of Abdera, it was written for the Ptolemies. It was used to educate his son, Ptolemy Philadelphus. And Ptolemy Philadelphus has this library that wants to have all the literature of the whole world. And he knows, hey, these Jews, they have these laws by this guy named Moses. Send a delegation to Judea and say, hey, we'd like to know about those laws. Can you bring us a copy? Jews go, Moses? Who's he? Oh, well, yeah, sure. We'll come up there. We'll give you a Mosaic law. You want one? We'll give you one. So they do. They send a delegation of in the story it's 70 scholars, but really 70 is how many people were in the Jewish Senate. So it was the Senate sent up a delegation of scholars. They did a lot of research in the library. They came up with laws from Plato and Athens and all sorts of places. Plus they had a few laws of their own from like Hammurabi and stuff. Put them all together, turned into the Mosaic Law, and they produced this book that he wanted. He wanted a book about the Moses Foundation story. They handed it to him on a platter. So he wanted a translation because he heard about these ancient laws, but those laws had never been written down until he made that request.
I must ask, what books were included that were written here? Because I know Daniel wasn't part of the bunch, at least if Daniel's dated later. Do you know, was it just the 5 books, or was it with their foundation narrative, or were there prophets included in this writing during that time?
Well, all that I can determine, this is pretty accurate, is that they wrote from Genesis through Joshua, at least, probably also the book of Judges. Joshua and Judges, they're both full on Israelite. The Jews are not prominently, Jerusalem, whatever. It's very consistent. But Ptolemy Philadelphus, he only wanted the Mosaic laws. So they only translated the first 5 books into Greek, but they had the next 2 books in Hebrew. And, that was the start of the collection. But then then they went back to Jerusalem, and they, just like Plato said, they researched their whole literature, all all their oral traditions, all their written traditions, everything for writings in every possible genre, and they put together this national literature that was going to educate their citizens from then on, and worked. Yeah, but but
Wow.
other than down to judges, that was all that they produced at Alexandria.
This is interesting. Okay, last one from him, and then we'll start wrapping things up for an introductory
Okay.
podcast because
Okay.
I don't want to
Yeah.
kill you. Your voice
That's
gives out if we keep going.
it does. Yeah, it's a little scratchy.
All right, so he says, as you know, our earliest copies of the Homeric epics are very late, and the earliest references to them are from the classical period. Would you date the composition of these epics to the classical period, or is there reason to believe that these books are actually based on much older oral traditions than no longer attributed to a single author named Homer? Now, I feel like that was kind of answered, when we talked about this, because there was previous. You're saying that the foundation narrative, though, the Genesis narrative, not that the laws necessarily, even though there probably were, like you said, created laws, that were not there prior. They probably went to the libraries, started to find things that were, taught by Plato and taught from different laws and books and stuff as they researched. But, how do you look at that, for example, what would that question?
Now, are we still talking about Homer? Yeah.
Sorry.
So
I would. Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, sure. Just starting with Homer, the standard view, I think, is pretty correct. That he composed it to be recited. It was oral. They may not have even had an alphabet at the time that Homer wrote these amazing poems, because the Greeks get their alphabet from the Phoenicians sometime in the late 700s. And Homer and Hesiod, they wrote around maybe 750 to 700. So they were just when the Greeks were becoming literate in the sense of having written traditions. So, and was Homer an actual person? I read up a lot on that in the past, and yeah, I think he was a guy, and some of the writings attributed to him might be later, and you have to do a critical reading of Homer just like anybody else. But I pretty much buy that he was the first great genius of Greek literature.
Okay. Yeah, and I think in that question, I think is important to ask, because he says that kind of, I think, is trying to also go to the idea of the documentary hypothesis with the Bible.
Oh, the oral traditions,
right?
Like that.
How much do you think was possibly prior? I guess, since there may have been stuff that goes back. And what do you think? I mean, you look for Hellenistic fingerprints, I suspect.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and if it doesn't have one, you're up for grabs, so to speak, that it could have possibly predated?
Yeah, I think that the cultic legislation about the sacrificial furniture, the sacrifices themselves, sacrifice to get rid of worries about guilt, all the different reasons you might sacrifice something, the calendar, the holy calendar, a lot of these religious laws were probably in existence older, but oral. Even among the Greeks, they had their religious laws were oral until they were called the unwritten laws, until they wrote them all down around 400 BC. And so then they have these books of unwritten laws, which, anyway, yeah, so I'm sure there was this corpus of unwritten laws or oral laws. I don't know. They could have written some of them down. I don't mind if they did, but there's no evidence that they did. So you have this body of oral laws that are of a religious nature. And then you have all these civic and political laws that are kind of different in the books of Moses, but they're all published together. Now, in the ancient Near East, nobody published religious laws or religious anything. It was closely guarded secrets that the priests held because that was their monopoly. So they had a real thing about if they did have any written religious things, they would put curses on it against anyone who revealed this to regular people. The Greeks, not so much. They would publish religious and civic laws together because it was common ownership by the whole people. So here in the books of Moses, they're all published together, just like the Greeks, even though the laws themselves might have been older, and they might have been, we'll call them Hebrew laws, Jewish laws, that are oral traditions of an earlier date. And writing them all down, though, in the way they are in the books of Moses, that's got Hellenistic fingerprints all over it.
And that's what makes you really different. And that's what I'm interested in reading your material. Russell, I really do appreciate this. For real, this was really a good show. We have much to come and a lot of material that I need to read that you've already put out, enough for me to chew on, for us to do multiple podcasts. What is the name of your first book and your second book?
Okay. The name of my first book is Berossus and Genesis, Manetho and Exodus, Hellenistic Histories and the Date of the Pentateuch. That's the title.
That's a heck of a title.
Yeah. The second one, I decided, I'll shorten it. It was just Plato and the Creation of the Hebrew Bible. And then my current one it's just ready to go out the door. It's Plato's Timaeus and the Biblical Creation Accounts, Cosmic Monotheism and Terrestrial Polytheism in the Primordial History. So I went back to the long title again.
Yeah, you can't help it, though. I respect it, because if you don't give them enough, they kind of got to, what are you talking about? And then when they read your book.
Yeah, it's like a teaser.
Yeah. Well, it's also like you covered so much material, I suspect, in the book that you rabbit trailed into a different topic in the book that you kind of got to go, the title's got to reflect a little more for them to understand why I went into this and I went into that. That's really interesting. I guess in this close, I must go back to the green book, which is actually all your books are green, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if you're going to do something different with this one.
No, two out of 6 are green. I've had articles published in other books, so.
Okay.
Yeah, well, but my latest one's green too.
Okay, well, the first book, the 2006 book.
Yes. We'll just call it Berossus and Genesis.
There you go. Let's just go with that. And it's Manetho, right? Is the other guy?
Manetho.
Manetho. These two characters are really the hinge pin, if you will, on what made you think the way you're thinking here in this, if I'm not mistaken, at the start of this.
Yes, because they provided the earliest possible date when the books of Moses could have been written. Which is practically identical with the latest possible date. I mean, you get a two years wiggle room. So, yeah.
We're talking to Russell Gmirkin right now. Berossus and Genesis, Manetho and Exodus is the book. See the description for more details. This right now obviously is going to take us into a next chapter of the book. And I wanted to take us slowly through this as much as possible because it's a lot of material to cover. Dating of the Pentateuch or even the Hebrew Bible is a very, very difficult process. It's not easy. It takes a lot of reading far and wide and detective skills, so to speak, to try and pick up on, are there fingerprints that we can see that give us implications on dating some of these ideas. Today's episode is going to be on the Table of Nations, Russell, but I think it'll be interesting also to poke at a theological theme, I think, in this notion of the Table of Nations. Obviously, in your chapter, you push things way into the 273 BCE Hellenistic era. Under Ptolemy, Soter the first, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in this time range, approximately. But the point is, you're trying to date this. And when I'm reading it, I'm at the same time looking at what you're dating. I'm thinking, okay, what are the theological implications of making all these descendants come from Noah and then claiming out of all of those descendants, God chose this one guy, Abraham. Technically, when you get to the next chapter, he chooses one guy named Abraham, and then he immediately off the gates like, hey, I'm going to bless all the nations through you. Okay. In you, all the nations will be blessed. What's going on? Anyway, Table of Nations, Shem, Ham, and was it
Japheth? And Japheth.
Japheth. So these three, if I could use the term, patriarchs of nations. Tell us, what is the Table of Nations in Genesis 10 and what's going on?
Well, okay, first off, in terms of the story background, Noah survives the flood in the ark with his 3 sons and their wives and probably some children. And the names of the sons are Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And in the Table of Nations, they talk about their 70 descendants, each of which was the ancestor of their own nation.
Right.
Ham was the ancestor of the Egyptians, and Javan was the ancestor of the Ionians or Greeks. So each nation had their own ancestor, what's called an eponymous ancestor. It's where the whole nation or ethnic group is named after one alleged ancestor. Now, as Van Cedars pointed out as early as 1992, this is a very Greek sort of a thing.
John Van Cedar?
John Van Cedar.
I got him right here.
Yeah, very good. So he devoted several pages to this topic, how the Greeks, they had eponymous ancestors to the various nations that they had. For instance, how the Greeks, the Hellenes, they were descended from Hellas, or the Medians were, which is kind of a Persian people. The Persians were descended from Perseus, the Medians from Media, and so on and so forth. Every nation had an ancestor that, by coincidence, had that same name. And you have the same thing going on with the Table of Nations, which shows the Greek influence, I would say a late Greek influence. John Van Cedar sees all of this happening, 500 BC or whatever, before the Jews really had contact with the Greeks. But I see all of this happening in the Hellenistic era after Alexander the Great conquered the East and ruled Judea, and all sorts of Greek influences were present in throughout the East. So it is a Greek sort of a phenomenon. And in my book, Berossus and Genesis, I was mainly looking at the Table of Nations for its chronological clues as to when this table could have been constructed, because there's 3 different groups of nations. There's a bunch of descendants of Shem, which were basically grouped around Mesopotamia, and then the descendants of Ham were basically grouped around Egypt and Ethiopia, Arabia, North Africa. And then the Japhethites were like all around Asia Minor and the Greek world. And so they divided the world into 3 parts. And I wondered, when did those 3 groups exist naturally? When were they in existence as political alliances, or, and if you can find out when that took place, then you can date when the Table of Nations was.
You bring up an interesting note. I'll be honest, I did not go like deep into trying to look up the things that you're talking about because it's complex, but you mentioned something like one of the sons curse, if I'm not mistaken. We know Canaan obviously has a bad curse, but one of the three main, Ham, I think it was cursed, if I'm not mistaken.
Ham's son Canaan was cursed.
Okay,
because Canaan looked upon Noah's nakedness, which is all very euphemistic. But because of this, God placed him under a curse to be forever in servitude.
Yeah, so that whole, you mention this and you say only during this time do these political entities are the two ruling over the one, so to speak. And you think that it's somehow evidence to say, look at this timing in which this is happening, this might fit the bill. But I guess today, it'll be interesting to hear your take showing as we speak, like what you're discussing here, how this might be Hellenistic. I'm also interested in going like, what do you think the point was? Like, why do you think they wrote it? Obviously, this is not literally true. That these guys descend from this guy, and like this is not an accurate, real genealogy of really what happened to these nations. But it seems like it does have a political influence biblically on trying to say to the readers of this book or books to say, look, all these nations, we're all related in some sense. We're all connected to each other. They are the other nations, but in some way we're connected in this known region of the world, this known world that we're part of. And I kind of wanted you to maybe comment on some of that stuff, if you didn't mind.
Sure. Well, as far as the reason why they have the Table of Nations, part of it has to do with the Greek literary genre that is found in Genesis 1 through 11, which biblical scholars call the primordial history. Mm-hmm. It's basically the history of the pre-flood world from the creation in Genesis 1 through the flood, and then the immediate afterworld when you have these nations arise. Well, there was a genre of literature among the Greek philosophers. It was called Berossus, which means about physics or about nature. And it's trying to figure out how the present world came to exist. And part of that exploration by the natural philosophers was cosmogony. How did the universe originate?
Right.
And a lot of them thought started out in chaos. Some divine intelligence appeared that imposed some order on things, and then you got the stars in the sky and the earth and all of that stuff. And then another aspect of this was they wanted to figure out the origins of humans. So they had stories about where the first humans came from and other life forms. Another part of that was what you could call a polydogony or sociogony, the origins of society, the origins of civilization. Where did inventions come from? And where did the nations come from? How did our nations today, how did they originate? And some of these philosophers, they came up with theories of migrations, how the different peoples came to where they are today, the different language groups. Hecataeus of Miletus, he created the first map of the world to assign where all the different nations were located. And so this Greek interest in their origins created this whole type of literature that explored ideologies and the origin of inventions. Where did agriculture come from, and everything. They were curious about what are the causes of our present world. And part of that was organizing the nations into kind of genealogies and figuring out how they got to where they were today, their known world. So I think that part of the motivation for the Table of Nations was that the people who wrote the first 11 chapters of Genesis, they read a lot of Greek philosophy and a lot of studies and speculations about how the present world came to exist. And as part of that reading, they saw some of the Greek philosophers who kind of cataloged the nations and tried to explain societal institutions. And they imitated that. They were trying to compete with Greek literature. They were trying to do everything that the Greeks did, and the Babylonians and the Egyptians. So there was a competition going on. And I think the Table of Nations was part of that.
One of the things that is like a recent discussion I've been having on this topic, if you will, what role do the nations play in the biblical scheme? It's obvious that the authors are writing from an Israelite point of view, and that the nations kind of play like a backup character, so to speak, in this narrative because it's from the Israelite view. But do you see any of the literature biblically tapping into the Table of Nations concept? What I mean to say is, are there any books throughout the Old Testament that seem to hark back at this Table of Nations and say, you remember the dividing of the nations? We're not always going to be divided. One day the nations that were divided and allotted their own gods will come in and see that our God is true. Do you see that as playing into the Table of Nations scheme in any way? They're harping at this idea that when the Tower of Babel and the split took place, the reason why we're all separated is different tribes and tongues and blah, blah, blah. We're really all one family, but one day they'll come back and realize the truth. Do you see anything like that?
Well, yes. And it's a little bit complicated because there are more than one groups of authors that utilize the Table of Nations. For instance, I'm going to skip forward ahead to the Enoch literature.
Please.
The Enoch literature in a couple places refer to the 70 angels who were over the 70 nations. So now the Table of Nations has 70 figures and 70 nations. So the Jews and the authors of the Enoch literature, they realize that there are 70 biblical nations. And each one of them in the Enoch literature had their own angel. Now, if you go to Deuteronomy 32, verses 8 through 9, each one of the nations had their own god. In fact, I'm going to read that passage.
Please.
It's very controversial. And when I say controversial, it was controversial in ancient times. The reading says, when Elyon, which is the Hebrew word meaning the Most High God, gave the nations their inheritance, when he separated humanity, he fixed the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of sons of God. And for Yahweh's portion is his people, and Jacob is his allotted heritage. So in this two verses, Elyon, who is the highest God, he has the sons of God, who you also see in Genesis 6, verses 1 through 4. God has a lot of sons and daughters running around. He has offspring. And each one of these 70 offspring have, each of them have their own nation and people. Now, this goes clear back to the literature of Ugarit, the Baal cycle, the Baal epic, where the supreme god, who is El, he has 70 sons and daughters by one of his consorts. Might be more than one, but yeah, anyway. So the idea of the 70 sons of El, that goes clear back to the ancient Canaanite religion. Now, El Elyon, that's the highest God. El is just, it kind of became synonymous with God. Really, El was a Canaanite, what we would say today, a pagan God. Certainly different from Yahweh. And he has 70 sons and daughters. And evidently, one of those sons was Yahweh. Yahweh was a lesser god, a minor god, one of the kids. Probably a middle child, I would say. And you know how messed up middle children can be. So, and you have that in Genesis 1 through 11. You have a supreme God, the God of creation, right. The God who created the world in 6 days. And then you have the sons of God, these lesser gods who are down on earth. Some of them think some of the daughters of men are pretty hot. So they have marriages and they have offspring that are giants. And these are all these lesser terrestrial gods, of which Yahweh is one. Yahweh makes his first appearance not in chapter 1, which has the supreme God. He appears in chapters 2 and 3, where he's this kind of minor God who's living in Eden. He doesn't really know everything that's going on. Adam, well, what are you hiding for? What happened here? Right. Cain, where's your brother? He's not omnipotent. He's not omniscient. He's localized on in this land, this one land on earth. And there are undoubtedly other gods and other lands all around earth. He just has one little corner of it. So you have a picture where Yahweh is one of the 70 sons of God. Now this was controversial, including in the reference in Deuteronomy, because the Masoretic text, it changes it from the sons of God, which has very good textual witnesses. They change it into the sons of Israel. And then I think there's another text that has the sons of Adam. And all scholars recognize these are people who are modifying the original, which is way too controversial. And they're making it sons of somebody else, not the supreme God, Elyon.
Have you looked at the sorry, I got to echo. Looked at the other source in Deuteronomy 32:43. Have you seen that discrepancy as well? That's in the Dead Sea Scroll, Qumran.
Right. The sons of God also appears in verse 43.
Yeah, I can pull up a really cool image my friend Stephen actually produced.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Please do.
Yeah, this is a really, I think he did a really good job on this. So give him a pat on the back, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the image here. I'm going to make it full screen if I can. Let's see if that even matters. It doesn't really matter. Same size. So anyway, you got the exact point up top, 32:8, where he talks about sons of Israel in the Masoretic here. Mm-hmm. And it says sons of God in the Dead Sea Scrolls, as well as the Septuagint. It might say angels of God or sons of God, either way.
Right.
But in the Deuteronomy 32:43, rejoice, O nations, with his people, for he'll avenge. It's all human. Like, this is not divine. But then when you get into the Dead Sea Scrolls, he doesn't say rejoice, O nations, with his people. He says, rejoice, O heavens, with him, and let all the sons of God worship him. What the heck is going on here? For he'll avenge the blood of his sons. What? Like, what is this? This is a Dead Sea Scroll, Deuteronomy.
Right. Well, in Ugaritic texts, El is pretty much equated with the heavens. Sometimes, as I recall, they're used in parallel. So, yeah, it's talking about multiple sons of God.
Right.
And this recognizes it here in Deuteronomy. There's in the Psalms, you have, I forget which Psalm, I think probably Psalm 82.
I could look it up.
You have a divine council, which is in the Baal epic. El had a divine council of his 70 sons.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have this divine council in heaven. And
You're right, Psalm 82.
And the gods in this divine council, they were portrayed as mortal. One of the gods was going to die, and be overthrown by another god. And you have other traditions where, in some biblical traditions, El Elyon is the father of Yahweh. In others, Yahweh has been promoted to the chief of the divine council.
Right.
So
like Marduk.
Yeah. So it's all very controversial. I think what's going on is in Genesis, you have a very consistent picture where you have El Elyon in Genesis 14, who is also the Elohim of chapter 1, the supreme God, the creator of heavens and earth. He is in his own category. And then you have these different sons of God, including this minor god Yahweh, who was just over Israel. And all the gods get along in Genesis. All the nations get along in Genesis. But once you get to Exodus through Joshua, the officials in charge of the Yahweh cult, they didn't like that because their god had been demoted. He was kind of a second-rate god underneath the creator god. So in the Ten Commandments and elsewhere, they identify the two. They say Yahweh is Elohim, is El Elyon, that all of these are different names for the same God. They conflated. And that was their way of making Yahweh their local God, the top God of the whole universe.
Right.
Now in Genesis, this local God, Yahweh, he walks around. Abraham sees him with his companions coming from the distance. Sarah slaughters a lamb and they have dinner together, have a conversation. For the cosmic God, creator of the universe, doesn't quite seem appropriate. But then in Exodus through Joshua, Yahweh is given all these cosmic aspects. All of a sudden, you can't look on the face of Yahweh without being destroyed. And he's a fire. He's a fiery creature. He's a fire inside the tabernacle. They take over all these cosmic elements and assign them to Yahweh in Exodus through Joshua. So you have two different sets of authors that are kind of competing. They have competing views, and Genesis lost miserably. In the later books, Yahweh kicks the butt, every divine butt of every other god. He's at war with all of them. They're not all equals. They don't play nice. Yahweh's the only good one, and everyone else should be destroyed. Mm-hmm. And then later on, you get monotheism, where they say these other gods, they're not just wicked, they're not just evil, they're not even real. So you have this progression where the Yahweh cult in Jerusalem or Mount Gerizim, they want a monopoly on the whole God business. And this monopolistic tendency makes polytheism bad. All the 70 gods of the nations, they're all terrible. There's only one God worth worshiping, and eventually there's only one God, and then we have monotheism. And look at where we are with all our monotheistic religions at war with each other. You know, the benevolent polytheism of Genesis, which actually comes from Plato, but that's a long story. This benevolent polytheism where you're nice to all the other gods and you respect other peoples and you want peace and harmony. I think that was much better than what we have today or back then.
So I think it's important to say that there are source material here with various ideas about God. And obviously, they're probably bringing in different traditions about how they view and understand God. Deuteronomy is different than Leviticus. Leviticus would be different than, say, Genesis. Genesis is, it's documentary hypothesis stuff. The difference between you and them would be dating and where you place the source material. You're not in disagreement ultimately on the idea of source material and the documentary hypothesis, as in like the compilation of text and redactors trying to fuse concepts and whatnot. You're 100% in line with scholarship on that. The difference between you and them is one is trying to argue P, for example, I think it's P, as 900 BC, and you're going, let's try Hellenistic age. And so your dating is totally different. That doesn't mean, and I want to say this so no one gets, I don't want to poison the well because someone might go, that's totally in disagreement with these guys. You're also a little more complicated than that because it sounds like, you're putting everything as if it was all written and it all came into existence at 300s BC or 273. But really what you're suggesting is the compilation of a lot of this literature. Some of it may have been created during this time. Some of it might be much older. But the idea that the composition takes place of lots of this literature and that there's a unified, here is our legal code, here is our book, this is what we have, is what happens by 273 BC, according to you, approximately, give or take, a decade or so. So that's what I want everyone to know. Back to the Table of the Nations. This was important to get the backdrop. These Cain, Ham, Shem, Japheth, and all their descendants. There's 3 patriarch figures, and they all have descendants who are patriarch figures of multiple descendants, and on and on and on we go. They all get different gods. Now, what you mentioned earlier, the geographic location, one seems to be more Greek along the coastlands, hints of more of a Greco-Roman Philistine, if I could use the term, as Greeks, and then others seem to be more of the Egyptian and the African regions and theirs, and then of course you have a different region. These 3 patriarchs seem to be the geographical centrality for each of these 3 groups, and within the subheads of those, you have different parties in those categories, so to speak. Am I on the right track here?
Yeah. Now, I have multiple lines of evidence that point to the Pentateuch being written around 270 BC, 273, 272 BC, somewhere through that. Now, at that time, in that region, Alexander the Great, he conquered the East between like 335 to 325 BC. And then he died of probably malaria in Babylon. And then his generals all fought over the scraps of the empire. And those fights went on for decades. But at the time that I say that the Pentateuch was finally written down, maybe drawing on some older oral traditions, but this is when it was written down. There were 2 major kingdoms. In the north, there were the Seleucids, who were centered at Babylon, their capital moved around, let's say Mesopotamia and northern Syria. And in the south, there was the Ptolemaic Empire, which was Ptolemy the First Soter, and then Ptolemy the Second Philadelphus, who created the Great Library of Alexandria. So In Daniel, you have the king of the north, which is the Seleucids, and the king of the south, which is the Ptolemies, because those were the two major kingdoms. Well, in the table of nations, two of the groups of nations correspond very well with the Seleucids and the Ptolemies. The sons of Shem are very closely, I mean, most of them are in Mesopotamia. There's Asher, which is obviously Assyria. There's Aram, which is the people of Mesopotamia and northern Syria. There's Elam, which is the Elamite mountains adjacent to Babylon, and others. Now, there was also Lud, who is the son of Shem. He's kind of an outlier because Lud refers to the Lydians. And the Lydians were not in Mesopotamia. They were in Asia Minor, which is modern Turkey. You have Greece, you have the Aegean Ocean or Sea, and then you have Turkey or Asia Minor. And Lydia, or Lud, was the major kingdom of Asia Minor, which is not Mesopotamia. It's its own thing. So if you look at the history of Lydia, there were only a couple periods where Lydia was linked to Mesopotamia. And one of them was like 3 years from 315 to 312 BC under Antigonus, who was one of these warring generals. That didn't last long. But the main thing is after 278 BC, Lydia was very firmly in the Seleucid Empire. So Lydia plus all these Mesopotamian kingdoms, that's the Seleucids after 278 BC. And that's a very strong dating clue. Now, the sons of Ham, there's Put, which is northern Africa. There's Cush, which is the Ethiopians. There's Ham, which is a synonym for Egypt. And another one of them was referred to Arabia. And these were all within the Ptolemaic Empire. And actually under Ptolemy II Philadelphus, his propaganda really exaggerated his rule over Ethiopia and Arabia. Right. His official poet, Theocritus, he said that Ptolemy ruled with a spear over all of these lands. This is not exactly historically true, but that's what they claimed in 273 BC specifically. So there's a very good indication of date with the descendants of Ham. And the third one, which is Japheth, those sons and listed there, they go from the Caucasus in the northern part of Asia Minor and kind of around the coast in Cilicia and Javan are the Isles of the Greeks. And those people in Japheth, they were all known from that period, but they were independent. They weren't in the Ptolemies and they weren't in the Seleucid Empire. So they were like a third group of nations at that time. And it's the only period of time where the world was divided up in those three groups. So it's a very specific, good indicator of date.
So when like Psalms, for example, just to give you one example to get your thoughts on, when Psalms has the author saying that the coastlands will sing praises to your name, or whatever it might be, but the coastlands, it brings up the coastlands. That's not Israel. That's obviously not Israel. No, who are they talking about? Who are they saying, hey, sing praises to the God of Israel?
Well, the coastlands, there were two people at that time who were maritime people. the Greeks, they traded with their boats all over the Mediterranean. They had colonies, Rome, Spain, the Black Sea. They had emporiums all down the coast of Israel, clear to the Nile. The Phoenicians were their competition, and they were based on the coast, kind of around Tyre and Sidon, and but they were coasts that were adjoining Israelite territory. So when you talk about the coast, you're talking about Greeks and Phoenicians, and maybe a few Philistines too, because they wound up a little further south on the coast.
Yeah.
And when they're singing the praises of Israel, these are kind of Mediterranean seafaring cosmopolitan peoples who represent the whole Mediterranean world, really. And they're singing the praises of Israel because Israel is the highest of the nations. They're a light to the world. Their law is an example that illuminates, all the nations with their wisdom and sophistication and goodness. So, so Israel and the Jews were supposed to be elevated to become the most wonderful of the nations with a great reputation throughout the world.
So let me ask you this: these nations that are playing a role in the table of nations, I guess would be my final point, because I really look. I want to go into detail, right? But I also don't want to go through every single thing that you talk about in this book. I think it's important that they go and read. They need to read this and see how interesting it is when you break down each of these and say, I think there's something going on later here.
Yeah, you can drill down as deep as you want to. There's so many footnotes, and you can get as deep as you want. It's better to have an overview. I agree.
Right. And I like the airplane views. It gives them enough appetizer to feed them for a full course meal that they're interested in going and reading. But I want to bring up something I keep harping back to, is later authors using this early mythological history of these genealogical descendants. And out of all of these, let me pull up my Genesis 10 here. It's obvious he goes through mentioning everything from Nineveh, Hamathites, eventually the families of Canaanites, and extended Canaan and Sidon and Gerar and Sodom and Gomorrah. And I mean, like, you go on and on. The list is there in Genesis 10. Finally, it says, these are the sons of Shem according to their families, according to their languages, by their lands, and according to their nations, which is indication God's attached themselves not only to the land, but they also attach themselves to the people, the blood. So there's oftentimes that. It's cosmopolitan ideas that start to, Hellenism says, okay, all of these divided nations, you start to really get kind of a syncretism, if you will, like overlap of ideas, and we can all kind of get along. And especially when people start to enter the Jewish, or if you will, Israel's God. These are the families of the son of Noah, verse 32, the final verse. According to their genealogies, by their nations, from these the nations spread over the earth after the flood. These are not just Israelites. I want anyone to know that, because when you read in Deuteronomy 32, there seems to be this extremely controversial point that you brought up earlier. It doesn't say sons of God. It says the 70 nations according to the sons of Israel.
Yeah.
So there are groups of people who see that and say it's all about Israelites only, and they don't even see that the nations are not Israelites. There's other nations, other gods, and there are a lot of these other gods, or the gods accept them as their inheritance, but Israel becomes Yahweh's. And then what we have in the next chapter says they had a common vocabulary. Then it gets into the myth of the Babylonian, now we're speaking in different tongues, and they're trying to reach the heavens. So Babel gets dropped, right? And I believe I'm right here. I believe so. So then it goes on all the way down to Abraham
I want to interject something
Please.
into the Babel story.
Yeah, please.
It's very interesting. And the Lord said, "Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. So let us go down and confound their language." This is gods in the plural again. It's not just one God coming down and scattering the people. There are multiple sons of God before the flood, and then the Tower of Babel story, you have multiple gods after the flood.
Mm-hmm.
And they scattered the nations. And the gods, evidently, they scatter with them because they have to go along with each with their little nation. But do continue on to Abraham.
No, great point. In fact, I love that you connected that because it's obvious to me that clearly shows common source. This seems to be a common source when we talk about J, E, D, and P. This is obviously from a similar author with a similar idea of God, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but it sounds very similar. And what they do, the redactor, whoever this is connecting this whole Babel and the nations, the table of nations, to Abraham. I mean, if you keep going, he says, so the Lord scattered them and talks about how many years certain person lived, and then begat so-and-so and begat so-and-so, and they lived but all the way down to Abram. Haran died in the land of his birth in Ur of Chaldees while his father Terah was still alive, and Abram and Nahor took wives for themselves. The name of Abram's wife was Sarah, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah. She was the daughter of Haran, the father of both Milcah and Iscah. But Sarah was barren. She had no children. So it's already giving you this hint in Genesis 11 about him being a father. He's going to end up becoming a father. It's trying to say, get ready. Mm-hmm. Don't worry. God's going to bless this chosen man from all these people, from among all the nations. This is going to be the chosen nation. Through one man, I'll make you a father of many nations, the patriarchal blessing. But I say that to say, as soon as you get to Genesis 12, right, still harping on Abram, and he goes on to say, I will make you into a great nation, singular, one, not nations, one nation, and I will bless you, and I will make your name great so that you will exemplify divine blessing. I will bless those who bless you, but the one who treats you lightly I must curse. And all the families of the earth will bless one another by your name. Now, this is my question. This goes into the foundations of how you're going to approach a lot of the material throughout the Bible, I think. And if we get this wrong, it's easy to see possibilities of getting other things wrong. It sounds like the families of the earth, hint, hint, table of nations, okay? This is not just Israelites. This is a bigger picture here. It's and they are claiming, none of us, I don't believe this. I don't actually believe this ontologically, or I don't have a epistemological basis for believing in this. I'm saying the text seems to indicate the authors are hoping, they're predicting that all these nations, Shem, Ham, and Japheth's descendants, all these different peoples all over, will one day they will bless the Lord, or they will say, the families of the earth will bless one another by your name. And he also gives that idea: bless those who bless you, curse those who curse you. What does Abraham do, or Abram do? Goes down to Egypt. The Pharaoh sees his hot sister. Bang, bang, doink, doink. Oh, crap. That was your sister? Oh, why did you do this to me? Curse those who curse you. Right. You're already starting to see when people who aren't you are cursing you, you get cursed, and then blessings. My point is, it seems common sense to you, but there's certain people that I engage that I think don't use that kind of mentality. You know?
Yeah, that's true. And throughout Genesis, there are various misunderstandings that take place. This episode with Abraham and his wife, Sarai, it's kind of repeated with the Philistine Abimelech, too. It's kind of a doublet. But in some of the extra biblical literature, God curses Pharaoh or whoever in such a way that they can't actually have intercourse. So her virtue is protected. But other than these little novelistic misunderstandings, which are all very entertaining, the relationships in Genesis between the nations are pretty easygoing. Abraham rescues not only Lot from this. There's this one invasion from Mesopotamia where some of these kings, they transgress their national boundaries. And yes, that is a bad thing because Genesis says all the nations should stay put in their allotted territories. The 4 kings from Mesopotamia, they come down, they conquer Sodom and Gomorrah, they take a bunch of captives. Abraham rescues them. He doesn't just rescue his nephew Lot. He rescues captives and the goods from Sodom and the cities of the plain, because they're on friendly terms. He's on friendly terms with the king of Sodom. They all go to Salem, which might be Jerusalem, it might be a city in Samaria. They all go to Melchizedek, and all of them, Canaanites and Abraham alike, they all worship El Elyon, the highest God, the cosmic God. There's one God, this cosmic God who created the heavens and earth, who's over all the gods of all the nations. And I guess you could say it was ecumenical, all of the nations, they all pay tribute to El Elyon together, elbow to elbow. And it wasn't this rivalry that you later see in Exodus through Joshua. And in fact, Genesis ends on a very high note with, Abraham and Israel and their sons and Joseph. They're all favored by the Egyptians. This prophecy about the nations of the earth being blessed through Abraham, really this is taking place with Egypt at the end of the book of Genesis, where Joseph is Pharaoh's right-hand man. They're living peaceably together. They're friends. There's not a bit of criticism of the gods of Egypt. Everyone gets along just fine. And then, boom, Exodus 1. A new Pharaoh comes. He's evil. He's genocidal. He does this. He does that. A little bit of a change in tone. So you have these positive international tones or themes that are presented in Genesis, which don't necessarily carry through to the rest of the Pentateuch. But I think some of it's picked up in the prophets and in other parts of the Bible, where a positive future with the nations is envisioned. So the Bible is not consistent. People who say the Bible should interpret the Bible, no. Each book should be interpreted on its own. It's a self-contained unit. You have to look on it on its own terms. You can't interpret the book of Joel using the book of Revelation or whatever, people always do. But this positive view of the potential positive international relations and the Jews or Israel being a light to the nations, that's a theme that gets picked up in some of the later books. And it's not consistent, but, the Bible isn't consistent.
Right.
But you do see that theme picked up in certain areas that you seem to be particularly kind of expert in, or you studied That I know.
I want, I'm very interested in the topic. Let's put it that way. I'm not an expert, but I would say that I've really been digging into this and I'm interested in knowing more, because when you have opponents who take a different position that you think is radically, completely anti-scholarly, it kind of motivates you. It motivates you to want to really know what is going on. Interesting thing is the opponents aren't Christian. The opponents are people who also, like me, don't believe in the book, right? They're not someone who's like, I have to believe in this and I need it to be true. But I feel like they still have an axe to grind on it, requiring everything to be filtered through an Israelite filter. Non-Israelites could not participate or couldn't actually be part of the covenant or couldn't join or were not envisioned, or Paul's Gentiles or not, and on it goes. And so it's helped me. I know people watching may not, what are you talking about that for? Or whatever. There's some people like that. This has helped me want to know more about what is really happening. It makes me want to read actual books and actually know what is actually being said, because then I can at least filter and say, okay, the Israelite who wrote this was their intention. They have an origin story. They have a diluvian story. The diluvian story produces why all the nations are like they are. It's just a myth for why we're not Egyptians, and Egyptians aren't, Assyrians, and Assyrians aren't Babylonians, and the on and on it goes. It's this myth explaining why we all speak different languages. We come from different places. It's not actual history. If you really want to know what really is the truth about these things, there are other studies that actually get closer to the reality of what happened. But in antiquity, I feel like we do a disservice towards religious text. We are anachronistically forcing, it should tell the truth, therefore it's a lie if it doesn't say what actually happened. But in antiquity, I think what happens in these religious texts, it's the bozo fundamentalists. I say bozo because I was a fundamentalist, who are extreme about this, who are demanding that this is how the text must be understood and how they must be read, that are forcing this interpretation on these books, which makes people cringe at the Bible. They cringe at these books, and they have a hate toward them because of the people who are practicing such beliefs and the way they force their ways about the books on people. So I say that to say, I want to understand the Bible for what it actually is. I want to value it for its imperfections. I want to say, in antiquity, I think these guys were practicing, I guess you could say, for their own ways of thinking, ancient science. And in 2,000-3,000 years from now, when we think we're scientific, and our great grandkids are looking back going, how Neanderthal-like? You were such knuckleheads. I want them to try and be as have humiliation, humbleness, and approaching and saying, Derek Lambert and Russell Gmirkin used the tools they understood the world from at that time. But we've had many breakthroughs since then. And I'm not going to say they're knuckleheads. They were brilliant men in the day they lived in. And so were these men who authored these books. Even if you don't agree with them, I don't agree with them. I would never practice the things that they say or think some of that stuff's okay in the context I live in. So I say all that to say, Russell, I commend you for your book. Berossus and Genesis, Manetho and Exodus is an excellent book for anyone who's excited in this topic and wants to look at very controversial, groundbreaking material saying, is this Greek? At the very least, let me say this, and this is something you would disagree with, but that's okay. I want to say this stuff for our audience. At the very least, let's say you guys want to date it back before 273, 272, right? You want to go back. At the very least, you should say some redactors had to have inserted a Greco-Roman or Greek, if you will, because at that time Rome's not on the scene in terms of this, but a Greek, there's something going on by the time it's in its final form by 273. At the very least, you should say, maybe it's not its final form because you still have the Dead Sea Scrolls floating around on their own as well. They're trying to come up with a, let's make sure this is what all people are reading kind of stuff. And the sectarians, there's no helping those knuckleheads. They're out there waiting for the world to end. And I'm just teasing, but they're not cosmopolitan. It doesn't seem so.
Yeah, I agree. In the 20th century, Well, from, say, 200 BC through the 20th century, everyone assumed that these biblical writings of the Hebrew Bible were really ancient. And it's really only been since like the 1990s that people have even conceived of the notion that some of it could have very late Greek influences. It's a new idea. If you're conservatively rooted in the teachings of your church or your university or wherever you grew up in with all these ideas, you're going to think, oh, all this biblical material is really old. But it's a new thesis that some of it could be Greek. How much of it? Well, we're still working that out, and we're still testing the hypothesis. But there seems to be a lot that's there. I'm not the only person working on Greek influences in the Hebrew Bible. Lots of people are doing different areas, and it's working out. And it's like a scientific hypothesis. You come up with a hypothesis. You say, well, this is a new possibility we haven't considered before. It might have more explanatory capability than the old ideas of the past. Mm-hmm. Let's check it out. And then you test it and test it and test it against the facts. And if it holds up, then maybe you've really got something. And I think in the 20, 30 years since Neil Peter Lemke first suggested that the Old Testament could be a Hellenistic book, that radical new thesis has been tested and has really stood up. And the older ideas, they are now under severe challenge. And I don't think they're going to survive intact, although the older generation will always hold on to their older ideas until they retire. So it's always going to be controversial until that generation dies out. But the idea of Greek influences is it's out there, it's being tested, people are working on it, and it seems to be holding up pretty well. Certainly something worth considering, and everyone should consider evidence and not just their beliefs. You know, beliefs come and go, but the evidence is what's really important.
Ladies and gentlemen, Russell Gmirkin, get his book if you can afford it. I know it's an arm and a leg, which is why we're producing the series about the book, but maybe one day you can, and I hope you will. Thank you so much, Russell. Let's do this again. Is there anything you'd like to say before we go?
Just this is a great show. I really enjoyed it. And that's terrific that you've spent so much time on this one kind of groundbreaking book of mine. It's a good service to your viewers. I've had people compliment the series from Europe and Africa and everywhere. They really appreciate the work that you're trying to do to discuss these ideas and bring them to a wider audience.
Well, me and the Divine Council have had our conversation, and let's just put it this way. We also made sure the webcam on your end was working good this time, so that way everybody was pleased with the appearance of Russell Gmirkin, and it wasn't like choppy, because when I edited the last video, I must admit, it took me forever. Almost every single time I turn around, I'm chopping. It came out great, but I cut so much, probably like 5 to 7 minutes of audio I had to cut just to get it to try and work itself out. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. If you like what we're doing here, this video is on Patreon early. Of course, you're probably seeing this right now going, I'm already watching on YouTube. Why do I need to join the Patreon? By the time you're watching this, I'm already launching James D. Tabor, an entire video series on Paul and Jesus and the Jesus dynasty. We're already delving into the Talpiot tomb. All of that's on Patreon. So you're over here going, hold on, what am I missing out on? Hundreds of videos that are on the Patreon that helps me do what I'm doing here. One day, I want to fly out there to Oregon and meet Russell in person and interview him. Hopefully your voice will hold up, because that's the only concern I have, and actually get some content with you, Russell, one day in person. So this is a way of supporting making this channel possible to keep educating the general public. Please consider checking us out in the description. Love you, Russell. Let's do this again.
Back at you.
And never forget, the gods even say this chant: we are Myth Vision.